Devi has revealed that there are 8 methods to protect yourself from COVID-19. Each of these methods that we will be exploring today will are independently powerful enough to protect you fully from COVID-19. So let us enter into this segment. First, let us understand the compassion of the avatar. In the Guru Padaka Stotram composed by Adi Shankaracharya, the very first verse describes how the Guru Padakas, the sacred feet of the Guru, are the boats that helps us cross the Ananta Samsara Samudra, the seemingly endless ocean of samsara or suffering. In this verse, it describes salutations to the sandals of my Guru, which are a boat which help me cross the endless ocean of life, which endow me with a sense of devotion to my Guru, and by worship of which I attain the dominion of renunciation. Many of us have been feeling stuck in the same storming and raging ocean, being unable to navigate ourselves and lost in the overwhelming vastness of the suffering that surrounds us during the Pralaya, the Great Deluge. Our loved ones are dying due to the pandemic. Our homes are being destroyed due to natural disasters. Social institutions are crumbling around us, and the whole of humanity is in a desperate and dire need of hope. The Cosmic Mother has come down to relieve the suffering of humanity. It is at this time that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the incarnation of the cosmic superconsciousness, out of its love and compassion, having taken the spiritual responsibility for the superconscious breakthrough of the whole of humanity, is manifesting Devi Parashakti herself, the cosmic mother, and guiding and healing the whole world, as literally the boat that sails us through the Salaya, the cosmic deluge. Devi Parashakti is herself manifesting through the Nijavatara and answering each of our prayers, granting boons, healing us, manifesting miracles, removing all of our pain and suffering. And Devi has not just attended to us individually, but also as a humanity at large. Devi Parashakti has guided the whole of humanity in the form of revelations of profound sacred secrets of Sanatana Hindu Dharma, and by showing us the future regarding global issues, the COVID pandemic, natural disasters such as fires, floods, and more, and even the twisted human conspiracies and underground wars which have not surfaced to common knowledge as yet. In this segment, we will be elaborating on the statistical, scientific, and scriptural references of each sacred revelation, which is manifested precisely as the same guidance emerged from Devi Parashakti, for us to imbibe deeply and to start following as Devi Parashakti continues to protect us until this storm ends and we are safely harbored at the shores of our consciousness. So let us see what Devi Parashakti has revealed as the 8 methods to protect yourself from COVID-19.
Parashodasi Meenakshi, Parameshwari Meenakshi, Parashakti Meenakshi, இங்கு எழுந்து அருளினோம் எல்லோர்க்கும் ஞானமும் தன்மையும் தந்திட நன்மையெல்லாம் அளித்திட நாமே வந்தோம் இங்கு கைலாசத்தின் சுவாமினியாய் பரமசிவன் கிரகத்திருந்து நம் அனுக்கிரகத்தினால் நித்யானந்தன் விக்கிரகமாய் மலர்ந்தோம். உங்கள் எல்லோருக்கும் நல்லதை செய்திட, நன்மையை சொல்லிட, தர்மார்த்த காம மோக்ஷம் எனும் புருஷார்த்தங்கள் நாளும் பொங்கி மலர்ந்திட வந்தேன் இங்கு. மாந்தர்கள் கொடுந்தொற்று கொரோனா கண்டு அஞ்ச வேண்டாம். 8 வழியின் மூலமாகவும் எண்ணத்தில் தியானித்து என்னை பிரார்த்தித்தல் 1. சமூக வலைதளங்கள் மூலமாய் என்னை சரணடைதல் 2. எங்கெல்லாம் என் மகமாரி வடிவத்தில் நான் குடிகொண்டிருக்கின்றேனோ அங்கெல்லாம் பூமிதித்து என்னை வழிபடுவது 3. நெஞ்சில் மஞ்சள் தடவி வேப்பம் சாரருந்தி தினந்தோறும் என்னை தியானிப்பது 4. நிர்விகல்ப நிலையிருந்து நித்யானந்தத்தை நிறைத்து உயிர்வது 5. சிவ 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 எனும் பிரபஞ்ச பெரும் நாதத்தை அஜபா ஜபமாய் நிகழ்த்தல் 6. நிறைவான பூரண மனத்தோடு வாழைப்பழத்தோலும் வெங்காயமும் குதிகாலில் வைத்து பத்திட்டு நித்திரையில் அடங்குவது 7. பூரணமாய் பரிபூரணமாய் அருணாச்சல ஸ்மரணையில் நினைப்பும் மறப்பும் அருந்த உணர்வு ஸ்மரணையில் அகம் அகம் என ஸ்புரிக்கும் அருணாச்சல ஸ்மரணையில் ஆனந்த ஸ்புரணத்தில் இருப்பது 8 எனும் 8 முறையிலும் என எண்ணியோர் அத்துணை பேருக்கும் இல்லை கொரோனா கொடுந்தொற்றின் தாக்கமும் கொரோனா கொடுந்தொற்றின் பயமும் கொரோனா கொடுந்தொற்றின் மயக்கமும் வாழ்வீர்கள் வளத்தொடு நல் ஞானம் யோகத்தொடு நாமே நிம்மோடு நானே நீயாய் நீயே நானாய் நல்வாழ்வு வாழ்வீர்கள். 8இல் 1 செய்தாலும் கொரோனா உங்களை எட்டவிடாது காப்பு.
Yes. So let us look at Devi Parashakti's revelation mapped into English. Devi revealed, "Oh humans, don't be scared of the deadly infection corona. Through these 8 ways, praying and meditating on me, surrendering to me through social media, wherever I am residing, worshiping me by doing the fire walking, applying turmeric in the chest, drinking neem juice, and meditating on me every day, being in the unclutched state, filling it with eternal bliss, doing the Ajiva Ajiva of the cosmic sound, Shiva, 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 with complete mind, applying banana peel and onion in the heels and going to sleep, being in the state beyond any remembrance or forgetting in the Arunachala Spurana that blossoms as aham, aham in the Ananda Spurana. Everyone who thinks on me through these 8 ways, they will not have effects of corona. They don't have fear and delusion of corona. You will live with prosperity, with wisdom and fortune. Me with you, you as me as you. You will live good life, even if you do one of these 8 ways. I will protect you. Corona will not reach you. Don't have fear, O people. Be blissful." In the above revelations, Devi Parashakti has revealed the 8 methods to protect all of humanity. So now let us look at each of these methods and understand the benefits of each method. First, the first method revealed by Devi Parashakti is praying and meditating upon Devi Parashakti. And science has extensively studied meditation and has published, Healthline has published the 12 science-based benefits of meditation, which includes reducing stress, controlling anxiety, promoting the emotional health, enhancing self-awareness, lengthening the attention span. It may also reduce age-related memory loss. It can generate kindness. It may help fight addictions. It helps control pain. It can decrease the blood pressure, and it is easily accessible anywhere. And a study done by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services has shown how meditation has by lifting the spirit, by helping you cope with difficulties. And a 2015 report published in Health Psychology found that when researchers followed 191 people with congestive heart failure for 5 years, they found that those who reported feeling spiritual peace and who also had made some healthy lifestyle changes were significantly more likely to live longer than their peers. And people with major depressive disorder or chronic medical illnesses who report high levels of religiosity, which includes daily religious experiences, generally become more optimistic than their peers. This was found in a study published in July 2015. So prayer, spirituality have shown to increase the outcomes in various diseases as well as improve the mental health of a patient. So now let us understand what the avatar himself has directly demonstrated as the impact of meditation on our brain.
Nithyananda participates and encourages scientific researchers to derive evidences for meditation and healing through meditation. Dr. R. Murli Krishna, President, COO, Integris Mental Health and James L. Hall Jr., Center for Mind, Body and Spirit, Oklahoma in US, and his team invited Nithyananda to derive scientific evidences for meditation and the state of his enlightenment.
When Swamiji came, I have requested him to do one thing. I asked him, would you be willing to undergo some scientific investigation of the meditation process? He very cheerfully agreed without one complaint. He went for 3 repeat sessions for PET scanning and 3 repeat sessions for quantitative EEG sessions. And these are really not very easy tests to go through. It requires a lot of patience and a lot of willingness to do that. So we did that. Because if a meditation process is doing something to your brain, we should be able to detect that. Scientific findings are verifiable. They're replicable. You can replicate them, duplicate them. So Swamiji went through those sessions and we found some interesting findings.
In PET scan, they inject a radioactive dye which goes and sits in parts of the brain that are active. In the normal, non-meditative state, the brain is very active. And when we are seeing someone, the rear end of the brain, the visual cortex, is very active, as shown in the diagram.
Usually the brain is so active, there are 100 billion brain cells there. But what meditation does is something very interesting. It shows the frontal lobes getting more active. The frontal lobe is where you have judgment, wisdom, reasoning. Here are some of the brain scans I'm going to share with you. This is alert, non-meditative state. The second one is 30 minutes into this one. 30 minutes meditation. Look at the frontal lobes, how they light it up. They light it up big time. 60 minutes of deep meditation, and here is a deep, deep level of meditation where it lights up significantly right here. Right in the middle, probably 1.5 inches, 2 inches deeper. What's interesting was, Swami was inside, and that's the last part of that one. See that light right here? So what's interesting is I've never seen that before in my life. So the other parts I've seen may not be to the extent that Swamiji showed, but this is something interesting. There is something called dopamine, which is a chemical our brain is involved in. Dopamine is produced mostly in this area. And when you have any pleasurable feeling in your body, it is mediated through dopamine. It's a neuroreceptor. It's a chemical that transmits messages of pleasure. It basically evokes pleasure. If you eat, the same thing is with visual pleasures you have. Beautiful people, beautiful sceneries, nature, whatever gives you pleasure. It's mediated through dopamine. Everything that human being experiences involves dopamine. But what's interesting is that you and I have the potential to create our own dopamine in a big way. So I named it, for lack of a word in the past, the D spot, which is the dopamine spot. If you can discover your D spot, you got it made in life. The D really stands for divine spot. The D also stands for delight, and the dopamine spot. What's also interesting is that he could, at will, go in and out of those states. Those are some of the findings I want to share with you. There's so much more talk about physiology of mind and brain and the body. It's a fascinating field that this is something that all human beings can relate to, can apply in our own lives. Not only a sophisticated knowledge, but these things have application in daily life for all of us.
Nithyananda's system of free healing, known as Nithya Spiritual Healing, has been baffling the medical world, curing diseases from migraine to cancer. Qualified people are also initiated to become healers. The complete report of the research conducted on Nithyananda's neurological system can be found in the book Mystic Phenomena, Scientific Data.
Yes, now that we have understood the benefits of meditation, let us look at what the Supreme Concept of Hinduism has revealed about prayer.
If you are not allowed to do yoga, made to believe early morning sleep is the best thing in your life, you are tortured, you are abused, your divine rights are violated. If you are constantly inspired to do yoga early morning, Brahma Muhurta time, and everyday puja, sit that 30-40 minutes and melt down by feeling connection. Understand? Nothing can be compared to prayer to bust your stress. I tell you, prayer is the best stress buster. Deep feeling connection and tears rolling in your eyes and melting down. Prayer to Paramashiva. Intense yearning, Vyakulata, talking to Paramashiva, relating to Paramashiva. Nothing can be compared to that to bust your stress. I tell you, every day puja is an ultimate recharging experience. If you do everyday puja, the kind of the stress-free life you will live, your whole biological clock will be aligned to Kailasa. I tell you, I have seen the people who have the habit of Nitya Puja live long. Not just long, happy. In my whole life, it is Nitya Puja, Puja, that gave me all the best things of life. Every day puja. Relating with the deities is the best stress buster. Touch the deities, do decoration, dress up. Even now, my best time of the day is when I sit with my deities. When I sit with my deities, dress up the deities, jewel them, spend time with them, talk to them, intensely pray, deeply connect and pray. Understand? You do not know the power of Archavatara. God landing in physical deity form. Never underestimate the power of Archavatara. The Archavatara is equivalent to living avatara. What living avatar can do to you, an Archavatara can do. Atma Linga I am giving to all of you is literally living Archavatara. Is a piece of God. Literally.
Now that we have understood the benefits of prayer and meditation as revealed by Devi Parashakti, let's look at the next method, surrendering to Devi Parashakti through social media. During the Akashic readings, Devi Parashakti gives us the opportunity to connect with her through various social media platforms and attends individually to our prayers and showers us with blessings and boons. Let us now see how we can connect to Devi Parashakti through social media. So the first way you can connect with Devi is through YouTube. So you can go ahead and join as a member of the Kailasa's HDH Nithyananda YouTube channel. And once you've done that, you can go ahead and ask your questions to Devi Parashakti during the live Parashakti Akashic readings in the comment section of the live video. Next, you can connect to Devi Parashakti through Facebook. So you can go ahead and like and follow Kailasa's HDH JGM Nithyananda Paramashivam Facebook page. And once you've done that, you can ask your questions in the live Parashakti Akashic readings, again in the comment section of the live video. Next, you can connect via Twitter. You can follow Shri Nithyananda on Twitter and ask your questions in the reply section of the tweet with the hashtag AskTheAvatar. And you can also connect on Instagram. You can also follow Shri Nithyananda on Instagram and ask your questions in the comment section of the photo. And lastly, you can connect via WhatsApp. So you can visit kailasa.org and you'll see a WhatsApp chat box that pops up, and you can ask your questions here in the WhatsApp chat box. So now let us watch a short clip of Devi Parashakti blessing people.
காளியின் ஆட்டத்தை ஆனந்தத்தை ஆனந்தத்தொடு ஆடிய ஆட்டத்தை கண்டோர் உயிருக்குளெல்லாம் இறங்கி குண்டலினி உயிர்ப்பிக்கச் செய்து மா மாய மனத்தின் இருளை அகற்றி மாயம் அழித்து மங்களம் தந்து குரு பக்தியும் சிவ பக்தியும் பரமசிவ பக்தியும் பரமசிவ சக்தியும் அளிக்கின்றேன். மனமாயை விடுத்து குரு பதத்தை பற்றுங்கள். நித்யானந்தமாய் நிஜாவதாரமாய் வந்துதித்த என்னை பற்றி வாழ்வில் எல்லா நலமும் பெற்றிடுங்கள். ஓம் ஓம் ஓம்.
யாதுமாகி நின்றாய் காளி, ஓம் காளி ஓம் சக்தி, ஓம் காளி ஓம் சக்தி, ஓம் சக்தி ஓம் சக்தி.
You can receive blessings like this during the live Parashakti Akashic reading and keep yourself and your family fully protected from COVID-19. The next method revealed by Devi Parashakti is wherever I'm residing, worshiping me by doing the fire walking. And Supreme Concept of Hinduism has revealed that fire walking is an alchemy process. In the words of the Supreme Concept of Hinduism himself, our rishis and munis have been adepts and masters in every field, whether health or keeping the society safe, in every field. So all the vratams, the pujas, the spiritual techniques, the religious rituals, anything they designed is highly scientific and directly useful to the life. Coronavirus will not affect you at all because that fire walking time, that small blisters you get just shoots up your whole immunity. That power, the power to protect yourself from any virus or any problem. It's actually a powerful technique. It's a very powerful technique followed in those days, especially during this season. Especially that is done very traditionally, systematically. If you had even small blisters, or even if you did not have any blisters, you are protected already from corona problem. You will not be affected at all. Corona will not work on you. It will not affect you. And don't worry, it is a traditional way of making you immune. Actually, it's a traditional vaccination process. It's 11 feet length, the burning live charcoal on which you are supposed to walk, with the traditional powerful music, which activates your lymph system, the mukulam, we call it in the back of the neck. This music will feel like it is hitting the back of your neck, and your whole detox system will be awakened. In that peak altered state of consciousness, you should walk on fire. Not just like that, you will walk on fire. You will first awaken, trigger the detox system, and then walk on fire in the 11 feet fire pit. If you do for one fire walking, you are absolutely protected from corona. Pray to Mahamariaman and do the fire walking. That is it. It's like a traditional, powerful vaccination. Pray to Parashakti, Mahamari, and do the Patipatni Vratam. Do this traditional fire walking, and you are absolutely protected from coronavirus. No need to panic. Traditional vaccination, traditional, natural, organic, no bad side effect vaccination is the Hindu fire walking. So now let us watch what the Supreme Concept of Hinduism has revealed as the science behind fire walking.
All these transmutation processes means balancing the system and awakening the whole consciousness to your whole body is what I call transmutation processes. Some parts of your body becomes insensitive to the existence because of the job it is doing, like a feet. Because of the continuous walking, it becomes insensitive. Your cheeks, how they are sensitive, they don't become they lose sensitivity to the reality. But for a complete Kundalini awakening, your whole body needs to be alive and experiencing the reality an ability to experience the higher consciousness. That is the reason we have the process of fireworking.
The science behind firewalking. Let us watch a short clip of the Supreme Concept of Hinduism doing firewalking himself in the sacred city of Tiruvannamalai, the birthplace of the Supreme Concept of Hinduism.
சத்தியம் காத்திடும் உத்தமத்தியே சத்குருவாய் வந்த நித்திய தாயே வேதங்கள் வணங்கிடும் ஆதியும் நீயே ஜோதிமலையிலே அவதரித்தாயே அவனியை பேணும் ஞானமும் நீயே அக்னி வடிவிலே அருள் புரிந்தாயே தீனிலே பிறந்தவளே நித்ய ஆனந்தத்தியே நித்யானந்தேஸ்வரி தீனிலே பிறந்தவளே நித்ய ஆனந்தத்தியே நித்யானந்தேஸ்வரி கர்மங்களை கொன்றிட வந்தாய் நித்யானந்த தர்ம மண்ணில் வென்றிட வந்தாய் கர்மங்களை கொன்றிட வந்தாய் நித்யானந்த தர்ம மண்ணில் வென்றிட வந்தாய் தீனிலே பிறந்தவளே நித்ய ஆனந்தத்தியே நித்யானந்தேஸ்வரி
Now let us look at what modern science has understood about firewalking. A study was conducted by the U.S. National Study of Medicine, the National Institute of Health, regarding the various effects and benefits of firewalking. And it was shown that firewalking increases the levels of happiness and lowers the fatigue levels in those who participated in firewalking in comparison to those who did not. Now, let us look at the next method revealed by Devi Parashakti. Applying turmeric on your chest, drinking neem juice every day, and meditating on Devi Parashakti every day. First, let us understand the benefits of drinking neem juice as revealed by the Supreme Concept of Hinduism himself.
Bididi. It is not, I am not talking from air, I am talking from ground. In Bididi, before we came to that land, 30 borewells were dug, no water. Now, from the day we came till now, we have water for 10,000 people to live comfortably in that very land. It's only pouring, pouring. Karumari's grace. Wherever we started ashram, nature completely cooperates because we know biology, whole biology thinks. If you are having bitter relationships in your life, just start drinking bitter neem juice every morning. The problem will be solved. Understand, if you are irritated, even if you don't react, even if you don't talk to people, you release that kind of vibes. Take Haritaki. you will see you release sweet kind of vibes. Take neem juice, you release healing, compassionate vibes. A woman who applies neem powder and takes bath, who applies turmeric powder and takes bath, is equivalent to Karumari Mahamayi. That neem paste and turmeric powder. If a woman takes bath with that, she is equivalent to Mahamayi. She is embodiment of Karumari because she will be manifesting that same vibes of Karumari. I sincerely recommend people start doing all these activities like applying neem paste and taking bath, applying haritaki powder and taking bath, applying turmeric powder and taking bath, applying basma for men, basma for women, neem paste and turmeric paste. All four can be used by both all genders. That is different. If you want specific, I'll recommend the neem and turmeric for female body, haritaki and basma for male body. Understand your whole biology things. Working on whole biology changes the whole life. So, now with this understanding the whole biology things, think Mahavagya. This is Ajapa Japa. Think Mahavagya. With the understanding your whole biology thinks. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Blessings to all of you. Start manifesting powers. Now,
Yes. Now that we have understood the benefits of neem juice, let us look at turmeric. So traditionally, turmeric is very well known for its anti-inflammatory effects, but curcumin has also been shown in the last 2 decades to be a potent immunomodulator agent that can actually modulate the activation of various T cells, B cells, macrophages, neutrophils, natural killer cells, and dendritic cells, which are all immune cells. And curcumin can also downregulate the expression of various pro-inflammatory cytokines and chemokines. This research published by the U.S. National Center of Biotechnology Information shows how turmeric can modulate the activation of various immune cells as well as enhance the body's antibody response, which strengthens your immunity overall. And with a strengthened immune system, you will be much more likely to stay healthy and be able to protect yourself from COVID-19. And India.com also published that neem can help you in the fight against coronavirus. And a study by KGMU has also stated that turmeric and neem are effective against coronavirus. Now, that let us look at the next method revealed by Devi Parashakti to protect yourself from COVID-19. With complete mind, apply onion and banana peel in the heels and go to sleep. So this is how you can do that. You can go ahead and put an onion in your heel, put a sock over it, as you can see in the photo, and you can go to sleep like that. And this will completely detoxify your whole body and protect you from COVID-19, as Devi Parashakti revealed. And study published by Medical Daily has published about how onion has great detoxifying effects. And it states that onion contains a high amount of sulfur compounds, which not only give onion their recognizable smell, but are also powerful detoxifying agents. And with more than 100 sulfur containing compounds, which are what cause the eyes to tear, onion can help prevent and treat ailments from diabetes to heart disease. And this is why it's very well known in Ayurveda for its medicinal uses. And a review published in the Journal of Phytotherapy has also talked about the benefits of onion, which states that compounds from onion have been reported to have a range of health benefits, which includes anti-carcinogenic properties, antiplatelet activity, antithrombotic activity, anti-asthmatic, and antibiotic effects. So now let us look at the next method revealed by Devi Parashakti, being in the unclutched state, filling with eternal bliss. So let us understand the science of unclutching as revealed by the Supreme Concept of Hinduism himself.
The brain is the organ which controls our whole physical being. Once our brain has been imbalanced, it will then transmit that imbalance throughout the whole body. Thought forms are pure energy that have the ability to influence people and everyday events in life. According to science, our brains generate an electromagnetic field which may be measured by such instruments as an encephalograph. This electromagnetic field is generated by the brain every time we think, and as our mind is never still, we may be compared to perpetual power generators. Fear produces nervous disorders. Anger produces headaches and violence. Confused thoughts produce congestion and ill health. Depression causes cancer, tumors, mental diseases, and lowering of the immune system, causing death through own willpower. Our thoughts generate intricate energy patterns which can be detected by sensitive equipment and seen by clairvoyant individuals. These energy patterns are known as thought forms. Surprisingly, thought forms are shaped by the thoughts themselves. Each of us creates hundreds of thought forms every hour and release them into the environment. Although we cannot see them, the thought forms have as real an existence as any other form of energy. Most people can sense others' thought forms, and a continuous energetic exchange happens between people, about which we are usually unaware. This also explains why we sometimes take a sudden liking or dislike to a certain person directly on meeting them. We just catch their vibes. Unclutching is a guide for equanimity and enlightenment. Thoughts are like bubbles in a fish tank. Just as bubbles in a fish tank rise from the bottom, our thoughts also rise in the same manner. When one bubble comes and reaches the surface of the water, the next bubble starts and the third bubble starts. Because the bubbles are rising at high speed, they look like a continuous stream. But our mind is not a continuous stream. There is always a gap between two thoughts. Like the bubbles, we also experience a neutral space between two thoughts. This neutral space between two thoughts is our original state, the pure silence. It is a state of pure consciousness, the state of God. Since the gap or the neutral space between two thoughts is too small, we think all thoughts are connected and form a shaft. But there is always a gap between two thoughts. In the forest of northern India, the hunters trap the birds using a trap. They tie a rope between two trees. The rope is the shaft that we create by connecting two thoughts. In the middle of the rope, they secure a wooden stick. The stick is our mind. The rope is tied at the midpoint of the stick. When a bird comes and sits on the stick, the bird's own weight turns the whole stick upside down. It turns topsy-turvy. The moment it turns upside down and loses its sense of balance, it feels totally shaken and tightens its grip on the stick. It simply holds onto the stick as if its life depends on it. Similarly, we connect thoughts and form a shaft out of it and live in the fear that if we drop our mind, we might be lost. We might lose our identity. Because it is hanging upside down, it thinks, if I unclutch from this stick, I will fall and die. Is similar to the fear that if we start trusting that we are unconnected, unclutched, independent and illogical thoughts, we might be lost. If the bird lets go and relaxes, it may flutter to balance for a moment or two. When it leaves the stick, maybe for a few seconds, it will fall, but then it will adjust itself and start flying. In the same way, we hold on to whatever we think is our identity and security, our mind, our life, our relationships, or our bank balance. Ultimately comes to remove the stick that is our identity. Just like the bird, we don't realize that if we drop our mind, at that moment we can become a Paramahamsa. That very moment we can be liberated. In Mundaka Upanishad, there is a story which explains, there is a huge tall tree, and in the tallest branch of the tree, there is a golden bird sitting unclutched from everything in bliss, like Dakshinamurti. In the lower level branch, there is a small bird which jumps from here and there to various branches eating fruits. When it eats a bitter fruit, it feels bad. Whenever she eats the bitter fruit, she sees the bird which is looking above silently like Murti and feels, why I should not be like that bird. But unfortunately, when the same bird, when it eats tasty fruit, it forgets the bird sitting above it. In the same way, she keeps battling between branches, eating bitter and tasty fruits again and again. One day, as a small bird flies up higher, and as it reaches near the golden bird, it realized that he and she are the same. There is no difference between them both and realizes her original state. The small bird realizes that she also can be in the same state of the golden bird and become a Paramahamsa. This moment, trust yourself. Don't bother about losing your identity. Just trust yourself and let go of your identity. You will immediately become a Paramahamsa and be liberated. All you need to do is to trust that you're unclutched. Dropping the conclusions you can't be transformed is unclutching.
Yes, now that we have understood the science behind unclutching, to experience the space of unclutching, let us sit with our head, neck, and spine in a straight line and have our eyes closed. Intensely chant the Mahavakya. Do not engage with any thoughts or emotions. Purely let the space of unclutching manifest in you and chant the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. We'll also be playing that for you now. So we'll just spend the next 5 minutes practicing unclutching. And we'll play the Mahavakya while we take the next few minutes to experience unclutching. We can go back to the previous slide, please. You can play the Mahavakya for a few minutes.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest powers of Mahasadashiva. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda
Yes, now that you've experienced the space of unclutching, you can take more time at any point in your day to continue practicing unclutching. And when you do, you can go ahead and sign up your Minutes for Peace at kailasa.tv/Minutes for Peace. We'll be showing you that link in a few minutes. So now let us look at the next method, which is doing the Ajva Ajva of the cosmic sound Shiva, Shiva, Shiva. And a study conducted by the U.S. National Library of Medicine on the benefits of chanting clearly establishes how doing the Ajva Ajva, the chanting of the chanting has a direct positive benefit for the physical, and the study correlates the chanting of the Ajva Ajva to the vagus nerve stimulation used as a treatment for depression and epilepsy. And another study conducted by Dr. Masaru Emoto establishes human intentions, words, or thoughts can actually change the molecular structural formation in water. This research clearly depicts how water, when exposed to positive sound vibrations, the molecular formation in the water changes to pleasant formation, whereas when exposed to negative sound vibrations or words, it can actually disfigure or distort the water molecular formation. So here you can see how water reacts when exposed to words like compassion, thank you, wisdom, positive sound vibrations, and versus negative sound vibrations like heavy metal music, I will kill you, and words like you fool. The water molecule becomes disintegrated, disformed, disfigured. So you can imagine what happens inside of your own body, which is composed of up to 60% water, when you are chanting the Ajaba, the sacred, powerful mantra of Shiva, Shiva, Shiva. So if you take some time in your day to practice the Ajaba or the unclutching, you can join to be a part of the Global Unclutching Initiative. And it, you sign up your Minutes for Peace at kailasa.tv/Minutes for Peace. And if the Supreme Pontiff of Buddhism has revealed that if 10,000 people can do this just for 3 months, we can have such a powerful super conscious breakthrough to the whole of humanity, because all of us are interconnected. We are not all islands. These are all fundamental truths. When you start unclutching, Kailasa starts experiencing the joy, the bliss of you unclutching. Nothing goes to waste in this cosmos. Now let us look at the last method revealed by Devi Parashakti. Being in the state beyond any remembrance or forgetting, the Arunachala Spurana that blossoms as Aham, Aham, in the Ananda Spurana. So just experiencing that oneness with the divine, being in constant remembrance, never having to actually actively remember nor forgetting. And in this space, you will be absolutely protected from COVID-19. And each of these methods revealed by Devi Parashakti are independently powerful enough to protect you from COVID-19. So you and your family can practice each of these methods and experience the benefits of each of the methods. Now, the first method that Devi Parashakti revealed is praying and meditating upon Devi. So in this next segment, we'll be understanding how we can connect with Devi, how we can pray to Devi and protect ourselves during this time. So we'll be entering into the offering segment and understanding some of the various offerings that we can make to Devi Parashakti. And most recently, Devi has revealed that when you have the intention to make an offering, it is only because the divine has given you this intention. Devi Parashakti Swamiji have given you this intention, have blessed you with this intention. And it is only when they are ready to shower upon you that you will even be blessed with this intention. So if you're having the intention to make an offering, just know that you are blessed and you will be receiving much more in your life. So celebrate this intention. Now let us enter into this offering segment. So an offering is a divine is a giving of a divine gift of pure love, devotion, and oneness. And it consists of two parts, the giving and the accepting. Only when the divine accepts what one offers, the offering becomes complete. Offerings are not made out of fear nor out of greed, but when an avatar lands, the offerings are purely a part of the grand Leela, played out for the only purpose of enlightenment. So the Dhyana Shloka for Devi Parashakti describes moonlight face holding the Vedas in one hand, fire in eyes with the lotus flower, gracing and blessing hands in one hand with the Japamala, beautifully decorated with jeweled ornaments in wonderful clothes and shining crowns. Her name is Manonmani. This is from the Ulagama Manonmani Dhyanam, and it continues on. I meditate on Devi with 3 eyes glowing like a moon and holding the Vedas, the lotus and gracing with blessing and gracing hands. She is wearing beautiful ornaments. She is worshipped by Brahma and other many gods and showers auspicious boons for all actions every day. So let us understand the significance of gold. As you will see, many of these offerings are made in gold in this segment. So in the Atharva Veda, it describes the origins of gold and states, triply born by birth is this gold, from the atoms of Agni is one. It becomes dearest to Agni. One fell away from the Soma when it was cursed. And one they call the seed of virtuous and powerful Apaha. Let that triple gold be for your long life. Gold is a divine element. It purifies anything that it touches. It is an element of great spiritual significance and great spiritual power of healing and enlightening. The vibration of gold has the power to infuse sattva energy and positive thought currents in anyone who wears and anyone who sees or operates in its vicinity. Gold is present in all of these scriptures, including the Agamas, the Vedas, the Shrutis, the Smritis, the Itihasas, and the Puranas. In all of our Hindu scriptures, it is abundantly displayed that gold is the most auspicious and purest element which can purify your very being. In the Hindu civilization, everything was built in gold, exchanged in gold. Ritual fees were even offered in gold bricks. When one was to be saved from life-threatening illnesses, gold was offered as a ritual fee. Gold was in abundance and used for weighing equivalent amounts of commodities, including cows. Kingdoms were built with huge doors of gold, and the streets would have huge columns and huge archways made of gold. Horses and cows were even dressed in gold. The Hindu civilization thrived on the banks of rivers of gold. The Indus River was called the Hiranyamaya, the river of gold in the Rig Veda, and the river Saraswati was called the Hiranyavartini in the Atharva Veda. Gold is the supreme element for offering gifts to the ones that you love and revere. Temples are constructed and paved in gold. Deities are made in gold and decked and adorned in gold because it preserves the enlightenment energy for thousands of years. It lasts forever. So the first offering that we have today is the E-Hundi offering. This is a general donation like you would make in any temple that you might visit. You'll just offer a few dollars in the Hundi just to say thank you, just to offer your gratitude and devotion to the divine happening in your life. And you can offer your devotion to the online E-Hundi offering. It is easily accessible for you in your home. And it is stated that Devi is fond of true devotion and is realized through true devotion. She can be won over through true devotion, and she removes all fears. And if there is any fear in the minds of the devotees, Devi is sure to remove that fear. It is stated that Devi likes to be worshipped in autumn. Here, it is not the autumn the season, but rather the autumn of our lives, when our thoughts turn more and more inwards, and the role of the divine becomes much more known and clearly understood, and the need for Devi worship becomes much stronger. So you can offer your gratitude and devotion to Devi Parashakti by offering your kanika, and your name shall be chanted during the puja to Devi Parashakti.
And the next offering we have for Devi Parashakti. is the offering of the Sankalpa chanting. And this verse from Devi Mahatmyam, chapter 12, verse 34 describes Tayaitan mohyate vishvam shaiva vishvam prasuyate saya chittaja vijanam tushtarudhim prayaschati. In the translation of this verse, it says the goddess enchants this universe and she herself gives birth to this universe. That goddess, being prayed without interest in anything, gives that knowledge that leads to salvation and gives wealth in the materialistic sense. Offering the Sankalpa, the conscious resolution blesses the person offering with the fruition of all the fruition of the desires and wishes that he is yearning for. So you can make the offering of the conscious resolution, the Sankalpa chanting, www.kailasamailer.com/sevas. And the next offering to Devi Parashakti is the offering of the Sahasranama Swarnakasu, which is the offering of the pure gold coin inscribed with one of the 1008 sacred names of Devi Parashakti. And Devi is described as Nama Parayana Prita, she who likes the repetition of her various names. And this is from the Lalita Sahasranama. And this offering of the Sahasranama Swarnakasu, the pure gold coins inscribed with one of the 1008 sacred names of Devi Parashakti, is a very special and unique archana which is offered to the Mahameru of Devi Parashakti. And you can make this offering of the pure gold coin, the Sahasranama Swarnakasu, and be blessed to imbibe the very divine qualities, the Ananta Kalyana Gunas of Devi Parashakti herself, as described through her 1008 names. So you can make this offering of the Sahasranama Swarnakasu, the pure gold coin inscribed with each of the 1008 sacred names of Devi Parashakti on the website www.kailasamailer.com/sevas and be blessed to imbibe the very divine qualities of Devi Parashakti herself. You can make this offering in 3 different denominations and any number of coins as you would wish to offer. And the next offering is the Mukta Anguti, the offering of the gold finger ring embedded with pearl. And Devi is described as one who is adorned with pearls, garlands of pearls and gems. Let us look at this verse which describes the beauty of Devi Parashakti. It says, Muktahara lasat kirita ruchiram purnendu vaktra prabham Shinjannu purakinkini manidharam padma prabhabasuram sarvabhita palapradam girisutam vani rama sevitam Meenakshim pranatosmi santatamaham karunyavaram nidhim. The translation of this verse, it says, I bow to the goddess Meenakshi, whose crown has garlands of pearls and the face shining like a full moon, who wears anklets that are studded with gemstones and has small bells, who is shining like the splendor of the lotus, who grants all the wishes, the daughter of the mountain, who is worshipped by goddesses Vani and Rama. I remain ever bowing to the goddess Meenakshi, the ocean of compassion. And you can make this offering of the gold finger ring embedded with pearl, the Mukta Anguti, and receive the blessings of Devi Parashakti to be showered by her pure love and compassion in all your business endeavors. You can make this offering on the website www.kailasamailer.com/sevas. And the next offering to Devi Parashakti is the offering of the Swarna Padma Pushpa, the gold lotus flower. And various Hindu scriptures describe the significance of the lotus flower in the worship of the divine. And this verse from Kamikagma describes one such significance. It says, Ashtavidyeshwaropeta kumbha varana samyutam sarve sasutra vastradhya hema pankaja bhushitaha sapidanas chakurascha pakva bilva pala prabha Snapanadhyaya samsiddha pramanena samanvitaha. The translation of this verse, it says, all the kalashas should be wound around with suitable thread and covered with a new cloth. They should be adorned with a lotus flower made of gold. And there are hundreds of scriptural references in the Hindu scriptures for using the lotus in the worship of Paramashiva. Almost everything in the worship of the divine, of the ultimate, involving the consecration of the deities of worship, or meditating on the mudras and asanas used during worship, involves the lotus flower, the lotus leaf, the lotus pericarp, the lotus petals. The lotus is a divine flower in the Hindu tradition. The Shakti of Paramashiva is also called a lotus. The base of the Paramashiva linga is a lotus. The disciple of Paramashiva is also considered a lotus, the one who is about to bloom. You can make the offering of the gold lotus in any of 3 different sizes as you would wish to offer, and be blessed to have the state, space, powers, and being of Devi Parashakti in your inner space amidst any and every adverse situations in life. And the next offering to Devi Parashakti is the offering of the Swarna Mitti, the gold toe ring. And this verse describes the beauty of Devi Parashakti's sacred lotus feet. It says, Nakadiditi Sanchanna Namajjana Tamoguna Padadvaya Prabhajala Parakrita Saroruha. The translation of this verse, it says, you whose brightness from the toenails destroy the darkness of ignorance from the minds of your devotees who prostrate at your feet, you whose brightness from your 2 feet overpowers that of the lotus flower too. And you can make this offering of the Swarna Mitti, the gold toe ring, to Devi Parashakti to adorn her sacred lotus feet and be in constant gratitude for receiving her blessings in even the most difficult aspects of life. The next offering to Devi Parashakti is the offering of the Swarna Mangtika, the gold hairline jewelry. And Devi is described as Sudasharabhivarshini, she who makes the nectar flow in all of our nerves from the Sahasrara Chakra, she who gives the very present experience of the ultimate. The Swarna Mangtika represents the nectar overflowing from Sahasrara Chakra, which is fully opened with the sacred sentiment of gratitude. You can make the offering of the Swarna Mangtika to Devi Parashakti, the gold hairline jewelry, and receive the blessings of achieving the blissful state of overflowing gratitude and the space of complete completion from Devi Parashakti. So you can make this on the website www.kailasamailer.com/sevas. And the next offering to Devi Parashakti is the offering of the Pratyaksha Pada Puja. And this is the sacred offering, the ritualistic offering of gratitude from disciple to Guru. And this verse describes Devi Parashakti's sacred lotus feet and the grace bestowed by Devi Parashakti on her devotees at her feet. It says, the illumining splendor of Devi's toenails dispel the darkness of ignorance in the devotees prostrating at her feet. Her feet feed the lotus in beauty. The 83rd shlokam of Saundarya Lahari states, the nails have been sharpened by constantly being touched by the crowns of celestial beings who prostrate before Devi. Tamoguna, the darkness which is indicative of the ignorance in the minds of the devotees, is removed by constantly prostrating before Devi, and they attain the ultimate knowledge. We can make this offering of the Pratyaksha Pada Puja at the sacred lotus feet of Devi Parashakti and be blessed with all the auspiciousness and blessings of Devi Parashakti and the supreme bond of Hinduism Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam. You can make this offering on the website www.kailasamailer.com/sevas. And the next offering to Devi Parashakti is the offering of the Vastra Seva, which is the offering of the sacred cloth. And offering of the Vastra Seva blesses the Yajaman with all the auspiciousness and blessings of Devi Parashakti and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, who is the Nijavatara of Devi Parashakti herself. So you can make this offering of the Vastra Seva, the sacred cloth offering to Devi Parashakti, on the website www.kailasamailer.com/sevas. So here you can see the summary of the various offerings that can be offered to Devi Parashakti, the traditional offerings of ornaments and sevas that can be offered to Devi Parashakti on the website www.kailasamailer.com/sevas. The e-hundi offerings can be made in any amount and in multiple currencies. The Sankalpa chanting can be offered on the website, it is the conscious resolution of the devotee. The Devi Sahasranama Swarnakasa, which is the offering of the pure gold coin, each coin inscribed with one of the 1008 sacred names of Devi Parashakti. This offering can be made in 3 different denominations and any number of coins as you would wish to offer. You can also offer the Mukta Anguti, the gold finger ring embedded with pearl, and this offering can be made in 3 different sizes. The Swarna Padma Pushpa, the gold lotus flower, can be offered in 3 different sizes. The Swarna Mitti, the gold toe ring adorning the sacred lotus feet of Devi Parashakti, can also be offered on the website www.kailasamailer.com/sevas. The Swarna Mang Tika, the gold hairline jewelry, which adorns the crown of Devi Parashakti, which represents the overflowing nectar of gratitude from the Sahasrara Chakra. You can make this offering on the website. And the Pratyaksha Pada Puja, which is the most sacred ritualistic offering of gratitude from disciple to Guru. You can make this offering on the website www.kailasamailer.com/sevas. And you can also make the offering of the Vastra Seva, the sacred cloth offering to Devi Parashakti, on the website www.kailasamailer.com/sevas. So let us now take a look at the website where you can make all of these traditional offerings of ornaments and sevas to Devi Parashakti as we get ready to receive her darshan and blessings today. So here we have the website www.kailasamailer.com/sevas. And we also have the Diwali celebration starting. You can also make the offerings for all the various celebrations happening during Deepavali. And the Skanda Shashti. So here on the website www.kailasamailer.com/sevas, you can make the offerings to Devi Parashakti. You can click on the links on step 2 to make your offerings of the e-hundi and the traditional offerings of ornaments and sevas. And if you would like to make an intention to make an offering today, you can fill out the form on step 1 and be blessed to manifest your intention into reality. You can receive the blessings. You can request the blessings of Devi Parashakti to manifest your intention into reality. So you can fill out the form on step 1 if you would like to make an intention to make an offering. And once you've made your offerings of the traditional ornaments or sevas and you're ready to make your sankalpa, the conscious resolution for yourself and your family members, you can fill out the form on step 3, which is the sankalpa form for yourself and family members. So you can make the e-hundi offerings on this link on step 2, where you can make the offerings in multiple currencies: the US dollars, the Australian dollars, the New Zealand dollars, the Canadian dollars, the euros, the Indian rupees, the Singaporean dollars, the Malaysian ringgit, the Great Britain pound, and the Chinese yen. And you can make this offering in any amount of your choice. And you can also make the offerings of the traditional ornaments and sevas to Devi Parashakti on this link on step 2. So you can make the offerings of the Sankalpa chanting, which is the conscious resolution, the Devi Sahasranama Swarna Kasu, the pure gold coin inscribed with the 1008 sacred names of Devi Parashakti. You can make this offering in 3 different denominations. The Mukta Anguti, the gold finger ring embedded with pearl, you can make this offering in 3 different sizes. The Swarna Padma Pushpa, the gold lotus flower to Devi Parashakti, you can make this offering in 3 different sizes. The Swarna Mitti, the gold toe ring to adorn the sacred lotus feet of Devi Parashakti, you can make this offering on the website. The Swarna Mangtika, the gold hairline jewelry representing the overflowing nectar of gratitude from the Sahasrara Chakra, you can make this offering on the website. The Pratyaksha Pada Puja, the offering of the ritualistic offering of gratitude from disciple to guru, you can make this offering on the website www.kailasamailer.com/sevas, and you can make the offering of the Vastra Seva, which is the offering of the sacred cloth, and all of the traditional offerings of ornaments and sevas. You can make all of these offerings on the website www.kailasamailer.com/sevas. So all of these offerings can be made to Devi Parashakti as you get ready to receive her darshan and blessings today. And with that, now we'll be moving to the next segments of this program, where we'll be learning more about the various facilities being made available for the care and well-being of humanity through the various de facto spiritual embassies of Kailasa. So let us now get ready for the next segments of the program and prepare to receive the darshan and blessings of Devi Parashakti as we learn more about the various contributions being made for humanity through the various Kailasas as guided by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself. So let us now get ready for the next segments.
Nithyanandam, everyone. So, welcome back to the segment of Kailasa's multi-layer quarantine COVID care protection centers at the de facto spiritual embassies of Kailasa, with the blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivan's blessings. Let's start with the Sadguru Vandanam. नित्यानन्दं परमसुखदं केवलं ज्ञानमूर्तिं द्वन्द्वातीतं गगनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्यादिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वदी साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि. So, what you will learn from this segment today: statistics on mental health and global peace across the world due to the COVID-19, and what are the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and Kailasa's contributions for global peace, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, spiritual solutions for COVID-19, and Kailasa's COVID Care Protection Center, and why temple-based ecosystems. UN recognizes Kailasa's contributions. Join Kailasa's COVID Care Protection Centers. The crisis that we are under today, people around the world are trying to grapple with the grim reality that the pandemic is far from over. The aftermath of the current calamity promises to be much more devastating. The greatest economics of the world are facing disastrous futures, and the countries are facing off each other in deep mistrust. Now, let us see some statistics and current news. Australia reports a new record number of coronavirus cases recently when the country continues to battle the third wave of COVID-19. There were more than 2,400 new locally acquired infections reported nationwide recently, and the figure surpassing 2,000 in a single day for just the second time. The World Health Organization makes a big statement about Delta variant. The World Health Organization recently said that the Delta variant of coronavirus has elbowed out all the other COVID-19 variants of concern that now represent a tiny fraction of the samples which are being sequenced. Less than 1% of alpha, beta, and gamma are currently circulating. It is really predominantly Delta around the world. COVID-19 has now killed more Americans than the influenza pandemic of 1918 to 19 did. The coronavirus pandemic has now killed more Americans than the 1918 to 19 influenza pandemic did. The 1918 to 19 flu infected about 25% of Americans and killed an estimated 0.65% with 675,000 deaths. And COVID-19 has infected more than 12% of Americans and killed about 0.2% with 676,000 details. Now that the US death toll from COVID-19 has surpassed 676,000, the coronavirus pandemic has killed more Americans than the 1918 to 19 influenza pandemic did. Axios and the Associated Press both reported the grim milestone recently. So, COVID-19 now officially US deadliest pandemic as the death toll crosses that of the 1918 to 19 influenza pandemic date. People infected with the alpha variant exhales 100 times more virus into the air than the original COVID strain, according to a survey. And the 6 feet distance may not be enough to prevent viral transmission indoors. COVID-19 Delta variant is still the most concerning, says the World Health Organization's experts. And COVID-19 pandemic is nowhere under control in the United States, says the Chief Medical Advisor, Mr. Anthony Fauci. He said, right now we are still in pandemic mode because we have 160,000 new infections a day. That's not even modestly in good control. In an interview with Axios, the US has reported 40 million cases of COVID 19 since the outbreak of the virus, with over 4 million infections adding up in the past few weeks. The increase in COVID cases comes as the US administration earlier this month announced that it is planning to provide booster shots of the virus, of the vaccine, as the Delta variant has become dominant in the nation and is wreaking havoc. The surge in Delta variant is driven by the low vaccination coverage in many communities across the US, according to the US Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. In a country of our size, you can't be hanging around and having 100,000 infections a day. You've got to get well below 10,000 before you start feeling comfortable, Mr. Fauci said. The COVID-19 made the world less peaceful. According to the World Economic Forum, COVID-19 violent incidences and fatality increasing, it is made the world less peaceful. The younger adults are more likely to report symptoms of anxiety and or depressive disorders during the COVID-19 pandemic. The average share of adults reporting symptoms of anxiety disorder and or depressive disorder, what it was before the pandemic, was 11%, and in a 6 months period now after the pandemic, in just 1 month of the beginning of this year, it rose up to 41.1%. The share of adults reporting symptoms of anxiety and or depressive disorder during the COVID-19 pandemic, again, it's showing the same, that the average younger adults are reporting more symptoms of anxiety and or depressive disorder than the older adults. Stress in America, a national mental health crisis. COVID-19 is a significant stressor for most Americans. Nearly 8 in 10, which is 78%, say the coronavirus pandemic is a significant source of stress in their lives. And nearly 7 in 10, which is 67%, say they have experienced increased stress over the course of the pandemic. Of the health workers who treated patients during the China's COVID-19 outbreak, 50% showed signs of depression and 45% showed signs of anxiety. The self-reported mental health among pregnant women and new mothers, before the COVID-19 pandemic, the depression was 15%, and during the COVID-19 pandemic, it rose up to 40.7%. And the anxiety in the pregnant women and new mothers before the pandemic was 29%, and now during the COVID-19 pandemic, it rose up to 72%. Living under stay-at-home orders, 8 in 10 students are struggling with focus on school or work and avoiding distraction. And 53% of all students do not know where to go for help for their mental health. The nearly 82% of the women surveyed said their lives have been negatively disrupted by the pandemic. And nearly 70% of the women who have experienced these disruptions are concerned their career growth may be limited as a result. The global economic outlook during the COVID-19 pandemic, a changed world. The pandemic is expected to plunge most countries into recession in 2020, with per capita income contracting the largest fraction of countries globally since 1870. International Labour Organization, COVID-19 is a threat to peace building in conflict-affected nations. The COVID-19 crisis has worsened already fragile situations. The ILO is more aware than ever of its responsibility to promote peace and resilience in the time of this global pandemic. In India, Mumbai Mayor says the third wave is here. The city mayor has said that the third wave of COVID is already upon Mumbai. pointing to a sudden spike in cases. The third wave of COVID-19 is not coming, it's already here, says the Kishori Patnikar, adding that an announcement regarding the matter has already been made in Nagpur. Breakthrough infections found in 25% of the health staff. A little over 25% of healthcare workers were infected with coronavirus despite getting fully vaccinated. A recent study has revealed, giving an insight on the breakthrough infections due to the Delta variant. The study, jointly conducted by the Institute of Genomics and Integrative Biology and Maximum Hospitals in Delhi NCR, found that the vaccination breakthroughs were far more common during the Delta outbreak in Delhi than previously reported. New COVID-19 variant more shows signs of vaccine resistance. Now that the statistics across the world that the COVID-19 not only affecting the physical health, the fatality is increasing, and it is affecting the mental health, especially the younger generation, and it is making the world less peaceful. So, how to cope up with the current COVID-19 pandemic? It is important to address the COVID-19 pandemic, which is seeing another wave and destroying many more lives. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism says the pandemic fatigue setting in as a result of continuous lockdown is resulting in delusional ignorance. And this global COVID virus pandemic has left the whole world desperately looking for answers. Life as it had been experienced even back in February 2020 is no longer recognizable. Drastic change is the order of the day, with people having to redefine their world with new paradigms of economy, society, faith, religion, and health. Blessed are those who have had the greatest fortune to be with the incarnation of Paramashiva, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in their life and to carry them through this crisis. Sustainable developmental goals. Making peace with nature is possible if we start now. Even amid pandemic, 2021 can go down as the year we made peace with the nature and set the planet to healing. Our environmental, social, and economic challenges are interlinked. They must be tackled together. For example, we cannot achieve the sustainable developmental goals, including ending poverty by 2030, if climate change and ecosystem collapse are undermining food, water supplies in the world's poorest countries. We have no choice but to transform our economies and societies by valuing nature and putting its health at the heart of all our decisions. Now, let's watch a small clip on making peace with nature. the World Health Organization Health and Peace Initiative. Health and peace are interrelated. In the words of the Director General of World Health Organization, Dr. Tedros, there cannot be health without peace and there cannot be peace without health. If individuals and groups enjoy equitable access to health services, fulfilling their rights to physical and mental health, and health actors design neutral health interventions that promote trust and dialogue, and communities are empowered to cope with violent conflict, then health coverage is more universal. Grievances can be heard and addressed to generate trust around health emergency concerns. Affected communities are more likely to make meaningful contributions to peace and reconciliation and to resist incitements to violence. The United States Institute of Peace. Amid COVID, we need enhanced international coordination to build peace. Tackling the pandemic and building resilience in fragile states requires concerted international action at local, national, and global levels. As the humanitarian and economic toll of the COVID 19 pandemic continues to grow, so does the risk that this crisis will fuel new conflicts around the world while strimming prospects for resolving ongoing ones. The stronger health systems and universal health coverage must be a priority. Remarks to the General Assembly special session in response to the COVID 19 pandemic. For the first time since 1945, the entire world is confronted by a new threat, regardless of nationality, ethnicity, or faith. A new social contract between people, governments, and the private sector, civil society, and more can tackle the roots of inequality with the fair taxation on income and wealth, universal benefits and opportunities for all. Now let us see what are the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism contributions for global peace. Vedic civilization beautifully says, Yastu sarvani bhutani atmani ivani pushyati sarva bhuteshi chatmanam tadona vigagupshate. Isha Upanishad, verse 6. Global peace is the byproduct of individual bliss. Whenever an individual goes through a spiritual bliss, he manifests a beautiful, peaceful life for him and everyone around him. If he is powerful enough, he moves the whole city and manifests peace. He is more powerful, he moves the whole village, whole country. If he is powerful enough, like incarnation, he moves the whole world and manifests peace for them. The individual bliss is the source for the global peace in the level of Om, the macroscopic level Om, or the macroscopic level universal, whatever level it may be. Global peace is the byproduct of the individual bliss, peace and bliss. So how do we achieve this? Individual bliss, and which leads to individual peace, which in turn leads to the global peace. What are the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism teachings for this to achieve individual bliss? So Vedic civilization beautifully says individual peace is the byproduct of the individual bliss. By practicing unclutching, by practicing completion, one can achieve the global individual bliss, which leads to the global peace. Now let's listen from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism explaining the
Today I wanted to expand on the science of completion. How the science of completion can directly impact the consciousness you are carrying and the consciousness embodied in many bodies. Please understand, the more deeper you go inside you, more deeper space you go inside you, more expanded you become, more one with everything, more oneness you experience. Because the more deeper you go, the more you experience the unified field of consciousness. Various words are used. Some of the Hindu traditions uses the word Atma, Brahman. Some of the Hindu traditions use the word Nirvana. Whatever word you may use, Atman, Brahman, Nirvana, unified field of consciousness, whatever. But one thing I want to tell you, the deeper and deeper you go in your inner space, you experience the vast oneness. The more superficial you are, the more incompletions you carry with others, even with yourself. The more superficial you become, even your own right hand and left hand fights with each other. Different parts of you fights with you. Different thoughts of you fights with you. Even you fight with you, the more superficial you go, the more deeper you start traveling. First, you get integrated. The you fighting with you stops. Then, the people around you get integrated. They fighting with you stops. Completion with yourself, then completion with others, then comes completion with other things, not just living beings, even with inanimate beings. The completion starts happening. Even with the nature, completion starts happening. Please understand, the more deeper you travel, the more deeper you go, the more deeper you settle down, the more deeper you start living. Your cognition expands. Your cognition includes. Your cognition becomes more and more inclusive. More joy, more bliss, more knowledge, more enlightenment. Please understand. The more and more completion happens in you, you will see everyone around you feels complete with you. That is why I am saying, whether they have body or they are disembodied, in the deepest corners of your being, deepermost layers of your being, deepest parts of your being, you experience such powerful awareness, such joy. going into the deepermost corners of your being not only is a joy, it's a power. Because suddenly you will see everybody around you, everything around you listens to you. It really becomes a vibrant power where the tendency to exploit is not there. Listen, that's a very important thing. Power without the tendency to exploit. Because as long as you feel the other person is separate from you, when you get the power, it will always be used for exploiting. Because the other person is separate from you, then naturally what you will feel? Let me suck all the possible energy, intelligence, time, talent, treasure. But when you feel the other person is your own extension, you will see, you will be showering so much, enriching so much. The power you have will not be exploiting, it will be enriching. I tell you, even if death comes at this moment, I can tell you very clearly, I can face the death directly and tell the death, I have enriched every human being more than what I received from anybody. I have given to every human being whom I met in my life more than what I received from them. My accounts is clear. I am ready. Come on, let's go. My accounts is clear. I don't have debt. No credit card money to be paid, loans to be paid, no debit card, no credit card. My accounts is clear. Understand, when you feel everyone is your extension, the power given to you, the power you gain, see, any living is power. Powerful way. Even in that, you will become powerful. So any lifestyle you choose, you will get power in that field. Whether it is exploiting or enriching, murdering or raping or go on serving. Whatever lifestyle you choose, living is power. When you go into the deepermost core of your being and start living based on completion, I tell you, the first power you will experience is everything around you listens to you. That power will simply make you enrich everyone. The best power you can have through living is power of enriching. Whatever you do, as I said, whether you live the life of enriching or exploiting, you will become powerful. I tell you, the power of exploiting brings more and more conflict within and without. And those conflicts naturally bring suffering. And the power of enriching brings more and more completion in you and in others. This full month, Nithyananda Sangha all over the world The other day I was seeing, we have officially presence in more than 50 countries. As devotees, group of devotees, we have presence in 100 countries. All over the world, we are going to celebrate this whole month for Global Peace Month, impacting global peace. All of us this whole month will live completion and do samskara dahana kriya, means burning the patterns which separates us from others, burning the patterns which are constantly keeping us in a superficial level. All over the world, we will be doing samskara dahana kriya, burning our patterns and leading us to more and more completion. And we also have special 3 Nitya Dhyana Yoga program teaching people science of completion and facilitating samskara dahana kriya. This month, 20th, 21st and 22nd, this whole month, all over the world, all our temples, ashrams, centers, yoga centers, schools, colleges, universities should do samskara dahana kriya, should do the practice of burning all the incompletions and patterns which leads to conflicts, bringing more and more peace inside us and outside us, spreading peace. This whole month, let's impact global peace. Let us really contribute to the global peace, not just talking about it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Not just talking about it. Let's do it. Even if you teach the samskara dahana kriya to 50 people in each area, that's where we have centers, ashrams, temples, two-way centers, yoga centers, even 50 people, each Tanidar teaches, enriches them with this science. The amount of suffering and negative waves, negative vibes reduction can contribute so much to the world. Please understand. One positive person can burn millions people negativity. Experientially, with evidence we proved, one positive person has already burnt at least 20 million people's negativity in last 10 years and brought peace. So each one of you, if you stand up as one positive being, one authentic, responsible, enriching being, I tell you, we can do so much to the world. It will be a better place than the time we entered. When we leave, it should be a better place. That's all. When we leave the earth, it should be a better place. So understand, inner peace is your birthright. Go to the depths of your being. Bring more and more completion into you. Completion with others. and start living Advaita. Today in the Inner Awakening session, it's all about completion with others. So last 6 days, literally, you worked so much, one by one by one by one by one, layer by layer by layer by layer. The completion with yourself.
Now we are going to move on to the next part of our segment. We're going to have the Lingodbhava Bhava Samadhi Darshan. So let's get for the Lingodbhava.
We get you health. We get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life. We get you direct spiritual support, and we make sure you become wealthy. We won't stop giving you just good life. We will literally not stop till you live enlightened life. Manifesting the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. Whole world should become Ekailashians. I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that. E-Kailasa is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuously. E-Kailasa is enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. Proper customized spiritual service helping you to complete with your life negativity. Withdrawal from life, self-hatred, self-denial, self-doubt, so much of tiredness, laziness. We can support you aligning your diet, your attitude, your aptitude.
Welcome back to this segment of Lingodbhava Bhava Samadhi Darshan, manifesting through the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam. So what you will learn today, who is Bhagwan Lingodbhava, the happening of Lingodbhava, the powerful cognitions to empower yourself, and Diksha and Darshan of Bhagwan Lingodbhava, manifesting through the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam. Who is Bhagwan Lingodbhava? Lingodbhava is the incarnation of Paramashiva as a light shaft happened to liberate Brahma and Vishnu from the delusion. Mahadeva, Bhagwan Paramashiva, appeared in front of Vishnu and Brahma, gave darshan to both of them and removed their ego, blessed both of them and revealed the ultimate truth. Bhagwan Mahavishnu and Bhagwan Brahma experienced Bhagwan Paramashiva in the formless form. The cosmic consciousness as a light beam, the pure consciousness. The happening of Lingodbhava, where the place where this happened in is Arunachala. The signs of Bhava Samadhi darshans, divine cosmic beings are real. They manifest from Kailasa, the enlightened time space zone, through deities and incarnations. Divine cosmic beings manifest through Archavatara deities in temples, through Bhava Samadhi darshans in Nijavatar incarnations. Bhava Samadhi, Sam Adi means one with the source. Bhava means attitude and accept. Bhava Samadhi means being one with the source through this aspect. Bhava Samadhi awakens your Kundalini Shakti, which is the latent potential energy in every human being. Awakening of Kundalini Shakti results in extraordinary abilities expressing through us, like third eye awakening, ability to have remote vision, ability to scan anyone's body, levitation, teleportation, and materialization. This influx of superconsciousness energy also visibly slows down, improves immunity to disease. With increasing levels of coherence, the whole brain comes alive, turning into a superconductor of conscious energies that heal, empower, and transform our lives. Arunachala Purana, the happening of Lingodbhava. Brahma is the creator. He is the creation principle. He was created and manifested from the creation principle of Paramashiva. Paramashiva's 5 heads. From one head, the creation principle manifests as Brahma, and from Brahma, creation happens. Same way, Vishnu manifested for maintenance. Vishnu and Brahma are attention drawing colorful action. They delude themselves that they are both ultimate, and between them, they start fighting as to who is greater. Brahma represents knowledge and Vishnu represents wealth. Knowledge is required for creation and wealth is required for maintenance. Paramashiva manifested as Deepastamba, Jyotistamba to Brahma and Vishnu, liberating them from delusion as to who is more powerful or important amongst them. There was a big chaos and stagnancy in the cosmos. Paramashiva had to intervene. Paramashiva appears as a light shaft and tells them, whoever finds my head or feet first is the more powerful person. So immediately Brahma takes the form of a swan and flies upward, saying, I will go and find your head. Vishnu takes the form of Varaha, that is pig form, and saying, I will go and find your feet. Both are not able to find either the head or the feet. Vishnu accepts that he is not able to find, but Brahma, not only he was not able to find the head, but he was not able to accept it. They both start feeling that they are the ultimate, and the next level delusion is that they both are fighting as to who is more powerful. Naturally, Paramashiva has to liberate them from their delusion. Neither creation nor sustaining is ultimate. Ultimate is liberation. Paramashiva pulls both of them out of delusion and liberates them. The moment Paramashiva appears as Jyotirlinga, he tells Brahma and Vishnu, whoever finds my head or feet will be declared as supreme. Brahma becomes swan and flies towards the head, and swan always lives at the lotus. He should have already gone to find the lotus feet. Vishnu takes the form of a pig. The pig always lives in forests. He should have actually taken the decision to go towards Paramashiva's jata, the forest. Both could not find the two ends. Vishnu goes on digging. Even then, he reaches only up to the calf muscle of Paramashiva. To mark that, he tries to a bell. He ties a bell on Paramashiva's calf muscle. That is why in all Shiva deities there will be a bell on Shiva's calf muscles. Brahma takes the form of a swan and flies, and his age is almost over. He then finds that he cannot find the head. He then sees a flower falling. He asks, "Where are you coming from?" The flower says, "From Shiva's ears." He asks, "Since when are you falling?" The flower says, "For Brahma's age." Knowledge always has ego. It cannot accept defeat. Brahma, who represents knowledge, asks the flower, "Can you support me by saying that I brought you from head of Paramashiva? I will give you lots of boons." The flower got a little tempted. Brahma goes to Paramashiva and lies, saying, "I found your head, and this is the witness." The moment Paramashiva stares at both of them, both the flower withers and the swan's feathers burn away. Brahma gets the curse that he will never be worshipped anymore, and the flower gets cursed that it will never be used in Shiva Puja. Then Brahma does tapas and asks for forgiveness. Paramashiva is eternal compassion. He says, "You will be there in all my temples, north facing, where my sacred bath water will come through the Gomukha. And from that water, you can do the creation. And from that water, you can do the creation." Paramashiva is eternal compassion. He says, "You will be there in all my temples, north facing, where my sacred bath water will come through the Gomukha, and from that water you can do the creation." The flower was given the Chapa Vimochana that once a year for Shivratri day, the flower will be used for Shiva Puja, not any other time. Even now in Tiruvannamalai, the Lingodbhava will be worshipped with Tajampu only on Shivratri day. You need to understand the deeper layers and meaning. Knowledge and wealth cannot show you the ultimate, and it is not ultimate. Enlightenment alone is ultimate. Both Vishnu and Brahma requested Shiva to retain his form as that shaft of light to bless the universe. As they request, Shiva in that form of divine light become Arunachala, the glowing mountain in Tiruvannamalai. True to his promise, Paramashiva retained his form as the Arunachala mountain, assumed the form of a Shivalinga called Arunachaleshwara at the temple in Tiruvannamalai, and is incarnating continuously, keeping the unbroken lineage of enlightened beings in Tiruvannamalai till date. Vishnu represents significance of the Lingodbhava story revealed by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Vishnu represents the Mamakara, identity you carry within you and beliefs as you. Brahma represents Ahankara, the identity which you project to the outer world. Neither the Ahankara nor the Mamakara can realize the truth or give you the truth. Paramashiva, who is cosmic consciousness, is embodiment of existential energy, takes you beyond Ahankara and Mamakara, because neither Ahankara nor Mamakara can reach, understand, and realize Mahadeva. This is a great significance in this story. You can't attain Nithyananda, the eternal bliss, with either intellect or with money. Going upwards like Brahma or Rajas, passion without value. Going downwards like Vishnu is tamas, inertia or lethargy. You can't attain enlightenment with these two attributes. Vishnu represents wealth. It is redundant to waste your energy running behind intellect or comfort. Whether intellect is greater or wealth can lead one to the ultimate truth or the ultimate bliss. Intellect and comfort, both of them are utility in the life. It is needed for a certain level, but that is not life itself. Life is something to be intensely lived, loved, experienced beyond logic and currency. Now, let's get ready for the Lingodbhava Bhava Samadhi Darshan. Bhava Samadhi Darshan is not an event in space and time. Rather, darshan happens at the moment when we are lifted out of space and time. Bhava is defined as directing and activating the emotional and spiritual energy that is created through the meditation on the avatar. During Bhava Samadhi Darshan, our neurons mirror that of the avatar. Mirror neurons activate and process all the observed moments or information of the avatar just by seeing and without the physical act of imitation. That is, our entire body silently and without movement recreates what is happening distances far away, experiencing the superconsciousness energy radiated by the avatar. The science of Bhava Samadhi Darshan knows no distance, a phenomenon modern science is just discovering as quantum tunneling. Our thoughts per second reduces significantly and we relax into the space beyond thoughts. That is, we experience thoughtlessness, becoming mentally at ease in coexisting dimensions beyond duality. That means we and the divine become one, unconditioned by the parameters of time and space. The science of Bhava Samadhi Darshan, and there is a beautiful Apta Pramana from the story of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. He compiled a book, Chaitanya Charitamrita. In the chapter 4, he describes how Krishna was enchanted by his own extraordinary sweetness and was wanted to be in the Bhava Samadhi. When Krishna once saw his own extraordinary sweetness reflected in a jeweled wall, he was amazed and said, "How unprecedented and astonishing is this deep and indescribable sweetness of mine! Alas, when I see it, even I become greedy to enjoy its sweetness." Just like Radhika. Radhika is a beloved of Krishna, attained the Sayudhya Samadhi with the Bhava Samadhi Darshan. So when I see my own sweetness in the mirror, I become eager to taste it, but I cannot. After due consideration, I find that the only way to release this sweetness is through the constitution of Sri Radhika. Bhava Samadhi Darshan is the science of Nija Avatar, the consciousness formless, which is formless, expresses the being of Paramashiva through the Divya Sharira, that is light body, and manifests as the Nija avatar, that is the physical embodied form for us to experience Paramashiva. Devi Parashakti expresses through being of Rajarajeshwari and manifests as Nija avatar, the physical form as Devi Meenakshi. Bhagavan Paramashiva expresses through being of Subramanya and manifests as Nija avatar, the physical form Bhagavan Muruga. And Bhagavan Paramashiva expressing being of Arunagiri Yogeshwara and manifests as Nija avatar, physical form as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. Bhagavan Parandhama expresses being of Mahavishnu and manifests as a Nija avatar, the physical form as Bhagavan Krishna. The Archavatar deity reflects the consciousness and manifestation, the being of the super consciousness energy. But human beings are not mature enough to receive the higher level experiences from the Archavatar directly. The avatar, the physical embodied form, comes down to bridge the gap and create the experience of the super consciousness energy in all of us. When we have the Bhava Samadhi Darshan of the Nija avatar, manifesting beings of various dimensions of Paramashiva, the auspicious components and the powerfulness of those dimensions of Paramashiva are awakened in us. The dimension of Paramashiva manifesting in the Nija avatar for us to experience the same is Bhava Samadhi Darshan. Bhava Samadhi Darshan is the direct experience of causeless bliss. During the Bhava Samadhi Darshan, our being comes alive and celebrates with the energy wave of existence. Our very muscles learn to imbibe and radiate Paramashiva. Bhava Samadhi Darshan is like a window to the infinite expanse of consciousness, allowing us to glimpse the formless in a way that we can understand. Even without much effort from our side, our very biomemory awakens to the space of Paramashiva, the ultimate consciousness during the Bhava Samadhi Darshan. To have a glimpse of having the darshan of an avatar cleanses the karmas of the lifetimes and creates a deep and lasting transformation in us. So, what do we need to have to experience the Bhava Samadhi Darshan? What the space that we need to hold is gratitude. Gratitude enables the reflection of consciousness on all levels: physical, psychological, and ultimately conscious level. Darshan meditation as a preparation helps us to fall into the space of gratitude. And it is during this time we drop conscious resolutions, Satya Sankalpa of anything we want or need in our life. Be ready to reflect the consciousness of Paramashiva. That is all you need to do. You need to manifest the best for your life and the lives of people around you. So, what context to hold? The right context to receive the darshan. I know you are the source of everything. You are everything, and you are in the embodied form of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. You are in this body. You are the. Let me connect with you. Let you reveal yourself to me. Let me be in the Bhava Samadhi of you. Sit with deep space of gratitude. Please sit straight. Inhale deeply, exhale deeply. Sit with a deep space of gratitude. And to receive the Lingodbhava Bhava Samadhi Darshan, now we will move on to the Paramashiva Sankalpa Dhyana Mantra and receive the Lingodbhava, Bhagavan Lingodbhava Bhava Samadhi Darshan.
The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has blessed the Paramashiva Dhyana Mantra prayer service as a Diksha initiation, which transmits energy, experience, and powers in the form of sacred mantras. Just like how an avatar transmits Shaktis and energies through a touch, the Sparasha Diksha, or by a look, the Nayana Diksha, similarly, the avatar births himself in the form of mantras, encompassed with all his energies and Shaktis, and transmits those to the devotees. Anyone to whom this mantra is offered from the space of oneness and deep restful awareness, that person is blessed with health and well-being, wealth, abundance, and prosperity, love and fulfilling relationships, enormous growth and success in business, job, and finances, and enormous completion in every aspect of life. The Paramashiva Dhyana Mantra bestows anybody who listens with all kind of abundance, prosperity, wealth, bliss, completion, and fulfillment. Today, with the grace and blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Kailasa's Department of Religion and Worship and Kailasa's Department of Human Services is offering the Paramashiva Dhyana Mantra prayer service on behalf of each and every one of you to Bhagavan Lingodbhava for each of you to be having the healing of your health issues, healing from psychological stress and anxiety, healing of addictions, moving out of depression, moving out of pain patterns, for you all to have improved career, for you to heal your relationships with spouse, family, and profession, for you to have breakthrough in wealth dimension, for all those who are directly or indirectly impacted by the pandemic to be completely protected, for the protection of children orphaned during the pandemic, protection from natural calamities, protection from lost wages and income, solution to any problem, breakthrough in creativity, increase inspiration, moving out of debts, experience increase energy and vitality. For each and every one of you to experience completion and with your personal inner self and with your personal relationships, for you to be healed out of all your insecurities, for you to have protection from all the economic recessions and all the impacts of global economic loss during the pandemic, for the leadership consciousness to be awakened in you, for you to have healing from any genetic or inherited disorder, for you to have complete grace, blessings, and protection of Bhagavan Lingodbhava in your life throughout, and for you to manifest all the powers, powerful cognitions, and dikshas of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism with his grace and blessings. Let us all now enter into the Paramashiva Dhyana Mantra. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Him Nithyanandaya Namaha. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. Om Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim
द्वन्द्वातीतं गगनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्याधिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वधी साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि. I surrender to that Sadguru who is eternal bliss, the bestower of supreme happiness, the one who is embodiment of wisdom, who is beyond duality, who is omnipresent, to whom the supreme goal is giving the enlightenment experience, who is eternal, pure and unshakable, who is a silent spectator of all thought processes, who is beyond emotions, who is without the three qualities called Sattva, Rajas and Tamas. When you make a conscious resolution in the presence of Kavata, the power of the Sankalpa itself will deliver the experience and manifest reality. That is all into the Paramashivoham. Om Namo Bhata Samasta Duritapshayadvara Bhavakshi Nithyananda Paramashivam Prityartham. I'm taking this conscious resolution today for destroying all my karmas and sins and in order to please Bhagavan Shri Nithyananda Paramashivam. Asya Devadevasya Mahadevasya Akhilanda Koti Brahmanda Nayakasya, who is the God of all gods, who is the greatest of gods, the Lord of universes and multiverses, who is the Lord of the cosmos, Sakala Jagat Srishti Sthiti Samhara Tirobhava Anugrahakya Panchakritya Parayanasya, the one who does the cosmic actions of creation, sustenance, rejuvenation, pulling out of delusion and liberation. Adimadhyantarhitasya Aprameyaarthagocharasya, the one who is the beginning, middle, and end, the one who is immeasurable. Akara Ukara Makaratmaka Pranavatmakasya Vrishabharudasya Mahadevasya Kamikadivatalanta Mahatantrakya Shaivagamaswarupasya Sakala Nigamagamaswarupasya Shuddhadvaita Shaivaswarupasya Nithyananda Padastasya Nithyananda Swarupasya Shuddha Satchidananda Vigrahasya Rupa Rupatītasya Sakala Nishkala Swarupasya Nitya Niranjana Niramaya Nirvikara Khandadasheshanasya Nithyanandeshwari Parashakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivasya Shri Nithyanandeshwari Parashakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Avatara Bhutasya Devi Surupasya Bhagavataha Shri Nithyananda Paramashivasya Chaprityartham. Shubhe Shobhane Muhurte Adya Brahmanaha Dvitiya Pararde Shri Shvetavaraha Kalpe Vaivasvatamanvantare Ashtavimshati Tame Nitya Yuge Pratame Pade Jambo Dvipe Bharatavarshe Bharatakhande Meroho Dakshine Parshve Shakabde Asmin Vartamane Vyavaharike Prabhavadina Nishyaha Samvatsaranam Madhye Shubhanam Samvatsare Shubhayane Shubharatau Shubhamase Shubhakshe Shubhatitau Shubhavasare Kayam Shubhanakshatra Shubhayoga Shubhakarana Evam Guna Visheshya Vishishtayam Asyam Shubhaditau. During this auspicious time, during the second half of the lifetime of Lord Brahma, during the Kalpa called Shvetavaraha, during the regime of Vaivashvata Manu, during the first quarter of the Yuga called Nitya Yuga, in the island called Jambu, in the continent called Bharatavarsha, in the Indian subcontinent called Bharatakhanda, in the southern side of the Mount Meru, in the Shaka era, during this auspicious year, which is another set of 60 years, which is in practice of which Prabhu is the first year, in the auspicious arena, in the auspicious season, in the auspicious month, in the auspicious Paksha, on the auspicious city, on the auspicious day, during the auspicious nakshatra, auspicious yoga, and auspicious karana, during such an auspicious moment, Adi Kailase, Kalpa Vrikshasya Daha, Nityanandana Gare, Smrita Smritana, Muktidayake, Mahakshetre. Now we request all the participants. So you are offering this mantra for yourself or for someone else. If you are offering this for a male, kindly chant the male names now. Namadheyasya. You know, request all the female participants. Whether you're offering for yourself or for someone else, but if you're offering for a female participant, please chant their names now. Namnyaha cha yajamananam avayoho sahakutumbhanam bandhuvarganam dayadivarganam mitravarganam sodaravarganam samesham. For all those who are participants who send me with their families, relatives, inheritors, brothers, friends and everyone. सर्वाभीष्ट सिद्ध्यर्थम सर्वमंगलावाप्त्यर्थम उत्तरोत्तर नवचिन्ह स्थिरलक्ष्मी प्राप्त्यर्थम. Always let there be all types of good and auspiciousness. Always let there be unbroken flow and steady flow of abundance, prosperity and wealth. Kutumbe sarvesham sarvabhishta siddhyartham chintita manoratha vaptyartham. Let the family always have all kinds of auspiciousness and anything which is desired be fulfilled. Samesham adhivyadi nivrityartham samesham shiradipada paryantam vidyamananam sameshu angeshu janita janishyamana sakala vidha nana vidharoganam vyapohartham tadvara rogdridagatra vapuh siddhyartham. That all the chronic diseases be healed. That all kinds of diseases and disorders in the body, starting from head till toe, which has occurred or which is yet to occur in various parts of the body, be healed. Let a strong, diseaseless, healthy, handsome, and graceful body be obtained. समेषां परेकर्तृभिश्च कृतकरिष्यमान सकलविध मन्त्र तन्त्र यन्त्र विषचूर्ण आभिचार स्तम्भन मारण उच्चाटन विद्वेषण वशीकरणादि मान्त्रिक प्रयोगेभ्यः रक्षण प्राप्त्यर्थं तद्वारा समेषां सर्वाभीष्ट सिद्ध्यर्थं. Let the protection be obtained from all the evil effects of acts performed by people, either in the past or yet to be performed in the future, through the use of mantras, tantras, yantras, poisonous spells, employing spells for malevolent purposes like making a person immobile, killing a person through vomiting, diarrhea, upsetting and ruining the health, poisoning, hypnotizing, etc. Apamrityu dosha nivrityartham, kala mrityu, akala mrityu, durmrityu nivrityartham. Let all the doshas or ill effects related to like this kind death, unnatural death, fatal death be removed. समेषां अंतर्दृष्टि, बहिर्दृष्टि, क्रूरदृष्टि, व्यापार दृष्टि, अनुकूल दृष्टि, प्रतिकूल दृष्टि इत्यादि सकलविध दृष्टदोषनिवृत्त्यर्थं. Let all the effects of evil eyes from known and unknown sources, effects of cruelty, filth, evil eyes of business enemies, effects of evil eyes or well wishers, and the effects of evil eyes of people who are against our well-being be removed. समेषां अंतःशत्रु, बहिःशत्रु, क्रूरशत्रु, व्यापारशत्रु, अनुकूलशत्रु, प्रतिकूलशत्रु इत्यादि सकलविध शत्रु बाधा निवृत्त्यर्थं. Let all the effects of inner enemies, outer enemies, fierce enemies, business enemies, enemies who project themselves as good, and enemies who work against our well-being be removed. समेषां मापानां व्यपोहनार्थं. Let the effects of all the curses right from the mother be removed. अनादि अविद्यावासनया प्रवर्तमाने अस्मिन् महति संसार चक्रे विचित्राभिः कर्मगतिभिः विचित्रासु योनिषु पुनः पुनः अनेकधा जनित्वा. From time immemorial, due to ignorance, we get caught in the vast cycle of birth and death. Due to the effects of our action, we take birth again and again in various bodies, which is quite strange. केनापि पुण्यकर्म विशेषेण भगवतः श्री नित्यानंद परमशिवस्य अपरिमितया कृपया इदं मनुष्यजन्म प्राप्तवताम्. Yet due to some good action, with extreme and immeasurable compassion and grace of Bhagavan Shri Nithyananda Paramashivam, we have been blessed with a human body. समेषां इह जन्मनि पूर्वजन्मनि जन्म जन्मान्तरेषु सर्वैः कृतानां शिवनिन्दा देवी निन्दा गुरुनिन्दा दोषव्यपोहार्थं शिवापराध देव्यपराध गुरुवपराध दोषव्यपोहार्थं. Any kind of abuse we may have done to Paramashiva, Parashakti and Guru in the present birth, past birth, or any of the births be removed. Any kind of crimes or offences committed against Paramashiva, Parashakti and Guru be removed. Brahma Hatya, Surapana, Swarna Seya, Guru Talpa Gamana, Tatsансargakya, Panchamahapatakadi, Samasta Pava Vitiriktartham. At the 5 great sins like killing a Brahmin, drinking prohibited alcohol, stealing gold, having illicit relationship with Guru's wife, one's own mother, elder sister, and other such motherly figures, and associating with those people who have committed one of the mentions in be removed. Avijja sarvai bale vayasi kaumare yauvane vardhake cha. All the karmic effects of actions and as child, adolescent, youth, and as an old age person. Jagrat swapna sushupti avasthasu. Let all the karmic effects of action done in wakeful dream or deep sleep state. Karmendriya jnanendriya vyaparaihi sambhavitanam. Let all the sins done through karmendriyas, that is the 5 organs which perform action like speech, hand, feet, excreting, reproductive organs, and Yanindriya sets of 5 organs which receive information like ears, eyes, tongue, and skin. Rahasya-kritanam, Prakasha-kritanam, Atipatakanam, Upapatakanam, Sankalikarananam, Malini-karananam, Apatri-karananam, Jati-bhramshakanam, Pratyunitanam, Devam Navanam, Navavidhanam, Bahunam, Bahuvidhanam, Sarvesham Papanam Sadhyaha. अपनोदन द्वारा समस्त मंगल प्राप्त्यर्थम शिव भक्ति देवी भक्ति गुरु भक्ति सिद्ध्यर्थम परमशिवत्व परमशिव स्थिति परमशिव शक्ति सिद्ध्यर्थम कुटुंबे सर्वदा सन्मंगल प्राप्त्यर्थम अन्योन्य प्रेमाभिवृद्ध्यर्थम पूर्णत्व सिद्ध्यर्थम सर्वापन्निवृत्त्यर्थम शिप्रारोग्यवाप्त्यर्थम आयुर्भिवृद्ध्यर्थम व्यापारे उद्योगे च सर्वजन वशीकरणार्थम तद्वारा उन्नतोन्नत स्थान प्राप्त्यर्थम बहुधन सौख्य प्राप्त्यर्थम गृह कनक पशुपुत्र पौत्र धनधान्य सौख्य प्राप्त्यर्थम आदित्यादीनां नवानां ग्रहाणां दोष पीडा निवारणार्थम आदित्यादीनां नवानां ग्रहाणां अनुकूल्यता सिद्ध्यर्थम भूम्यन्तरिक्षे विद्यमान भूत प्रेत पिशाच राक्षस ब्रह्म राक्षस वेताल कुष्मांड डाकिनी शाकिनी इत्यादि सर्वारिष्ट निवारणार्थं मनोव्याकुलता निवारणार्थं प्रारब्धे कर्मणि करिष्यमाणे कर्मणि दैविकादिभौतिकाध्यात्मिक विघ्न निवारणार्थं समस्तरण निवारणार्थं धनधान्य लक्ष्मी संतान लक्ष्मी सौभाग्य लक्ष्मी विद्या लक्ष्मी शौर्य लक्ष्मी वीर लक्ष्मी विजय लक्ष्मी इत्यादि अष्टलक्ष्मी परिपूर्ण कृपा कटाक्ष सिद्ध्यर्थं परीक्षासु उन्नत स्थाने विजय प्राप्त्यर्थं सर्व विद्या पारंगता सिद्ध्यर्थं मेधा शक्ति ग्रहण शक्ति अभिवृद्ध्यर्थं इत्यादि सकल विद सन्मंगलानि गुरुकृपा कटाक्षेण प्राप्त्यर्थं श्री कैलासोन्नत द्वादशान्त श्यामला पीठारूढ श्री मीनाक्षी सुंदरेश्वरा भिन्न स्वरूप परशुपुत्र रत्नकुमार गुरुनितुल्यावतार श्री पार्वती संज्ञापान लब्ध देवी ज्ञान विशेष निगमागम सारभूत द्राविड प्रवक्त्र श्रीमत् परमेश्वर करुणा समुदित मुक्तामय चित्रशयन गीयमान सकल चामर कीर्चन कालादि समस्त वृदावल्य अलंकृत ज्ञान विज्ञान चक्रवर्ती सर्वजन संग सद्यो निर्वाण दीक्षा व्यापवर्ग वर्ष विश्राम जी मुक्त परमत कलव केसरी शैव सिद्धांत स्थापनाचार्य श्री राजाधिराज पांड्य महाराज गुरु शपन शाक्यादि महावतार निवारण ज्ञान भानु शरण नरहार ध्वज चिदन पूर्वक श्रीमद् वृषभध्वज सावक शैव समय कर्त्रे सर्वज्ञ पीठारूढ़ श्री जगत गुरु श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक स्वामी वागी सुंदर माणिक्य वाचक स्वामी नाम अवतार भूत श्री ज्ञान संबंध स्वामी पुनरुद्ध श्यामला पीठ सर्वज्ञ पीठ गुरु महासन्निधान अरुणगिरि योगीश्वर परंपरागत अरुणाचल सर्वज्ञ पीठ गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत कांची कैलास सर्वज्ञ पीठ त्रैसंचल उत्तर गुरु महासन्निधान नित्योत्सव नित्य मंगल नित्य कल्याण नित्य रचित कैलास परंपरागत आदिपीठ सर्वज्ञ पीठ जगत गुरु श्री नित्योत्सव नित्य मंगल नित्य कल्याण नित्य रचित कैलास परंपरागत आदि कैलास नित्यानंद पीठ महासमस्थान महासिंहासन पीठ कर्तृ साक्षात् श्री परमेश्वर समुद्भूत कैलास परंपरागत वैवस्वत मुनीश्वाक चंद्र भगीरथ श्री रामचंद्र सूर्यसेन इत्यादि नवचिन्ह सार्वभौम चक्रवर्ती परंपरागत चतुष्षष्टि योगिनी मंडित चतुष्षष्टि संप्रदाय प्रवर्तक मनुधर्म शासन सूर्यवंश प्राप्त सर्वज्ञ पीठ सुरांगी साम्राज्य मुद्दाभिषिक्त चूड़ामणि साक्षात् श्री परमेश्वर समुद्भूत कपिल महागुरु पुनरुद्धृत महानिर्वाणी अष्टोत्तर सहस्रतम अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री महामंडलेश्वर साक्षात् श्री परमेश्वर सिंहासनाभिषिक्त समस्त गणनायक श्री महागणपति समारंभ भवचिन्ह पीठाधीश्वर गुरु परंपरा प्राप्त अटल पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्रतम अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री अटल पीठाधीश्वर धर्म मुक्ति स्वर्ग पुरस्वर्ण पीठ त्रयोविंश गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत आदिपीठ सर्वज्ञ पीठ जगत गुरु श्री कैलास पुनरुद्धारक श्री कैलास पुनर्माचार्य श्रीमद परमहंस परिव्राजकाचार्य वर्य सच्चिदानंद प्रणव स्वरूप श्रोत्रिय ब्रह्मनिष्ठ श्रीमद जगत गुरु श्री भगवत श्री नित्यानंद परमेश्वर श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक परमाचार्य स्वामिनां प्रीत्यर्थम तेषां पादारविन्दयोः भक्ति सिद्ध्यर्थं गुरु कृपा कटाक्षेण सिद्ध्यर्थं क्षेम स्थैर्यवीर्यैश्वर्याणामभिवृद्ध्यर्थं धर्मार्थ कामोक्ष विविध पुरुषार्थ सिद्ध्यर्थं मम समस्त दुरितोपशान्त्यर्थं समस्त मंगलवाप्त्यर्थं भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमेश्वर प्रसादेन सकुटुम्बस्य ज्ञानवैराग्य जीवन मुक्ति प्राप्त्यर्थं च श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी पराशक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमेश्वरस्य श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी पराशक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमेश्वर अवतार भूत सर्वदेव देवी स्वरूपस्य भगवता श्री नित्यानंद परमेश्वरस्य अपरिमित षोडशोपचार सर्वोपचार अर्चनाराधन पूजा प्रार्थना करिष्ये। ओम आनंद गंध निलयाय नमः भवरोगविष्टाय नमः कल्पतरवे नमः शुपते नमः पाश विमोचकाय नमः मीप्सित फलदायकाय नमः भाग्य वृत्ति परिवर्तकाय नमः माधि व्याधि विनाशकाय नमः समस्त कल्याण गुणान्विताय नमः मृदि पुरीशाय नमः श्री कैलासपतये नमः ओम शिवशक्ति ऐक्य स्वरूपाय नमः नित्यानंदाय नमः ओम हम शिवाय नमः श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी पराशक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमेश्वराय नमः ओम श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी पराशक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमेश्वर अवतार भूत सर्वदेव देवी स्वरूपाय श्री भगवत श्री नित्यानंद परमेश्वर श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक परमाचार्य स्वामी नमः ओम नित्यानंदम। In the same space, please sit still with your head looking spine in straight line. Let us all get ready to receive the darshan of Bhagavan in both power. Sitting straight with your head looking in a straight line, chant the Mahavakya.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda
Connecting with the divine.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda.
Deepam darishayami. The next is offering of Nivedyam. Now, please take the Nivedyam offering in your hands. Take the uttaraini of water and move it clockwise over the Nivedyam and offer the water to Bhagavan Bhava along with the mantra, and please ring the bell as you do so. Om Madhuvata Kadayate Madhuksharanti Sindhavaha Madhvihi Nashandhoshadhihi Madhunaktamotosa Shimadhuman Parthivagam Rajaha Madhudyaurastuna Pita Madhumano Vanaspatir Madhumagum Astu Suryaha Madhvihi Gavo Bhavantu Naha Madhu 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 Naivedyam Nivedayami. The next is the offering of Aratrikam. Now, please take the arti in your hands and slowly wave it towards Bhagavan Lingvodbhava along with the mantra, and please ring the bell as you do so. Om Rajadhirajaya Prasatya Sahinehe Namo Vayam Vaihi Shavanaya Kulmahe Sameka Man Kamakamaya Mahyam Kameshwaro Vaihi Shavano Dadatu Kuberaya Vaishravanaya Maharajaya Namaha Karpuragauram Karunavadaram Samsarasaram Bhujagendraharam Sada Vasantam Hridayaravinде Bhavam Bhavani Sahitam Namami. Karpura Neerajanam Sandarshayami. No, please keep the arti down and let us get ready to see the darshan. Om Rajadhirajaya Prasatya
Connecting with the divine with your eyes closed is meditation. Connecting with the divine with your eyes open is darshan. Come, let us all now move from meditation to darshan. Slowly, very slowly, please open your eyes.
அண்ணாமலையம் அண்ணா போற்றி, கண்ணாரமுதக் கடலே போற்றி. திரிபுரம் எரித்த விரிசடை கடவுள் தேரில் ஏறி வருகின்றான். திருவண்ணாமலை சோதிவானவன் திருவடி பதித்து வருகின்றான். அருளுரு ஆயிரம் காட்டிய நாதன் அம்மையப்பனாய் வருகின்றான். கைலை மேவிய உமையொரு பாகன் அருளை வாரி தருகின்றான். அண்ணாமலையான் வருகின்றான், வாரி தருகின்றான். அண்ணாமலையான் வருகின்றான், அருளை வாரி தருகின்றான். குருவாய் திருப்பெருந்துறையில் அருளிய கோலம் காட்டி வருகின்றான். திருவாய் மலர்ந்து வேதம் உரைத்த திருவாசகத்தான் வருகின்றான். மதுரை மாநகர் குதிரை சேவகன் மறுபடி ஒரு முறை வருகின்றான். கைலை மேவிய உமையொரு பாகன் அருளை வாரி தருகின்றான். அண்ணாமலையான் வருகின்றான், அருளை வாரி தருகின்றான். அண்ணாமலையான் வருகின்றான், அருளை வாரி தருகின்றான். பிட்டுக்காசை பட்ட கூலியான் பாதம் பதித்திட வருகின்றான். பாட்டுக்காசை பட்ட தம்பிரான் பார்வதியுடனே வருகின்றான். பக்திக்காசை பட்ட எம்பிரான் பசுபதீஸ்வரன் வருகின்றான். கைலை மேவிய உமையொரு பாகன் அருளை வாரி தருகின்றான். அண்ணாமலையான் வருகின்றான், அருளை வாரி தருகின்றான். அண்ணாமலையான் வருகின்றான், அருளை வாரி தருகின்றான். பன்றிக்கன்று தாய்முலை தந்த பரமதயாளன் வருகின்றான். பன்றிக்கரியை உண்டு மகிழ்ந்த குடுமித்தேவன் வருகின்றான். பரிந்து வந்து பிரசவம் பார்க்க தாயுமானவன் வருகின்றான். கைலை மேவிய உமையொரு பாகன் அருளை வாரி தருகின்றான். அண்ணாமலையான் வருகின்றான், அருளை வாரி தருகின்றான். மலையான் வருகின்றான், அருளை வாரி தருகின்றான். நீதிக்காக பலமுறை வந்த வீதி விடங்கன் வருகின்றான். அமர் நீதிக்காக அடியார் கோலம் பூண்டவன் மீண்டும் வருகின்றான். திருவிளையாடல் பல புரிந்தவன் திருவீதி வலம் வருகின்றான். கைலை மேவிய உமையொரு பாகன் அருளை வாரி தருகின்றான். அண்ணாமலையான் வருகின்றான், அருளை வாரி தருகின்றான். அண்ணாமலையான் வருகின்றான், அருளை வாரி தருகின்றான். தக்கன் வேள்வி தகர்த்த வீர பத்திரநாதன் வருகின்றான். சொக்க மகன் மதுரை சோமசுந்தரன் அற்புதமாக வருகின்றான். திருமாலறியா மலர்ச்சேவடியான் திருமானேந்தி வருகின்றான். கைலை மேவிய உமையொரு பாகன் அருளை வாரி தருகின்றான். அண்ணாமலையான் வருகின்றான், அருளை வாரி தருகின்றான். அண்ணாமலையான் வருகின்றான், அருளை வாரி தருகின்றான். ஆலமுண்ட திருநீலகண்டன் உமைபாகனாக வருகின்றான். ஆலாரசுந்தரன் பாடியவாறே காலகாலனாய் வருகின்றான். கருவேரறுத்து கருணை பொழியும் கைலையம்பிரான் வருகின்றான். கைலை மேவிய உமையொரு பாகன் அருளை வாரி தருகின்றான். அண்ணாமலையான் வருகின்றான், அருளை வாரி தருகின்றான். அண்ணாமலையான் வருகின்றான், அருளை வாரி தருகின்றான். அடியார் உள்ளத்து அன்புக்காக அம்பலவானன் வருகின்றான். ஆடிய பாதன் ஆனந்த கூத்தனாடியாடி வருகின்றான். மழபாடி திருமாணிக்கத்தான் மண்ணில் நடந்து வருகின்றான். கைலை மேவிய உமையொரு பாகன் அருளை வாரி தருகின்றான். அண்ணாமலையான் வருகின்றான், அருளை வாரி தருகின்றான். அண்ணாமலையான் வருகின்றான், அருளை வாரி தருகின்றான். ஹர ஹர சிவ சிவ ஹர ஹர சிவ சிவ நாமம் பாடி ஆடிடுவோம். அவன் அருளாலே அவன் தாழ் வணங்கி அவனடி நிழலை அடைந்திடுவோம். ஹர சிவ சிவ ஹர 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 ஹர சிவ சிவ.
Shivaya, Om Namah 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 Shivaya.
विनाशकलिङ्गं तत्प्रणमामि सदा शिवलिङ्गम्. ॐ नमः शिवाय, ॐ नमः शिवाय, ॐ नमः शिवाय, ॐ नमः शिवाय. देवमुनिप्रवराचितलिङ्गं कामदहन करुणाकरलिङ्गम्. रावणदर्पविनाशनलिङ्गं तत्प्रणमामि सदा शिवलिङ्गम्.
Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya.
शिव सन्निधौ शिवलोकम् अवाप्नोति शिवेन सह मोदते शिवेन सह मोदते शिवेन सह मोदते ॐ नमः शिवाय ॐ नमः शिवाय ॐ नमः शिवाय
ॐ नमः शिवाय ॐ नमः शिवाय ॐ नमः शिवाय ॐ नमः शिवाय ॐ नमः शिवाय ॐ नमः शिवाय एकलिङ्गं तत् प्रणमामि सदा शिवलिङ्गम् देवमुनि प्रवरार्चितलिङ्गं कामदहन करुणाकरलिङ्गं रावणदर्पविनाशनलिङ्गं तत् प्रणमामि सदा शिवलिङ्गम् सर्वसुगन्धसुलेपितलिङ्गं बुद्धिविवर्धनकारणलिङ्गं सिद्धसुरासुरवन्दितलिङ्गं तत् प्रणमामि सदा शिवलिङ्गम् कनकमहामणिभूषितलिङ्गं मणिपतिवेष्टितशोभितलिङ्गं दक्षसूयज्ञविनाशनलिङ्गं तत् प्रणमामि सदा शिवलिङ्गम् कुङ्कुमलेपितलिङ्गं पङ्कजहारसुशोभितलिङ्गं सञ्चितपापविनाशनलिङ्गं तत् प्रणमामि सदा शिवलिङ्गम् देवगणार्चितसेवितलिङ्गं भावैर्भक्तिभिरेव च लिङ्गं दिनकरकोटिप्रभातलिङ्गं तत् प्रणमामि सदा शिवलिङ्गम् सर्वसमुद्भवकारणलिङ्गम् अष्टदारिद्र्यविनाशनलिङ्गं तत् प्रणमामि सदा शिवलिङ्गम् ॐ नमः शिवाय ॐ नमः शिवाय ॐ नमः शिवाय सुरगुरुसुरवरपूजितलिङ्गं सुरवनपुष्पसरार्चितलिङ्गं परात्परं परमात्मकलिङ्गं तत् प्रणमामि सदा शिवलिङ्गम् ॐ नमः शिवाय शिवलिङ्गम् सदा शिवलिङ्गम् Shivaya. Om Namah Shivaya. Shiva Om Namah Shivaya.
சதா சிவ பிரம்மம் காட்டும் சதா சிவன் ரூபம் சராசரம் எல்லாம் உன் சரீர சம்பந்தம் சதா சிவ பிரம்மம் காட்டும் சதா சிவன் ரூபம் சராசரம் எல்லாம் உன் சரீர சம்பந்தம் சிவோகம் சிவம் என்றே நடமாடும் தெய்வீகம் கருணாகராகுந்தன் சரணாரம் என் சொந்தம் சிவாய ஓம் நம
உன்னை நினைத்தாலே முக்தி வந்திடும் அண்ணாமலையானே நான் தினந்தோறும் எண்ணும் வரம் வேண்டும் பொன்னார் மேனியனே உன்னை நினைத்தாலே முக்தி வந்திடும் அண்ணாமலையானே நான் தினோறும்
நித்யானந்த பரமசிவோஹம் ஓம் நித்யானந்த பரமசிவோஹம் ஓம் நித்யானந்த பரமசிவோஹம் ஓம் நித்யானந்த Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
नित्यानन्दं परमसुखदं केवलं ज्ञानमूर्तिं द्वन्द्वातीतं गगनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्याधिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वदी साक्षीभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि. Nithyananda, after a beautiful darshan of Bhagavan Nigodhara, we welcome all of you back. Let us all now enter into a very powerful process of manifestation of Shaktis. The next 42 minutes is going to be an intense alchemy process of converting all the energies and wounds that you receive in the Bhava Samadhi Darshan from Bhagavan Nigodhara into extraordinary Shaktis. Now, in this 42 minutes, we are going to be manifesting various different Shaktis that all of you have been initiated into. Please sit straight with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. The first power is the power of the third eye. And for this process, for this manifestation of the power of third eye, we will be needing eye band, paper, pen, and any opaque cloth. If you do not have eye band, even an opaque cloth still does good. And if you have any alchemy product with you, please bring them. Take a few minutes to set up yourself, settle down. For the next 42 minutes, please do not move around and not have any kind of restlessness. And let us all enter into the power of the third eye. We will now be chanting the pramanas for the power of the third eye. Kapalantarmanonyasya tishtanmihitalochanaha क्रमेण मनसोदार्यात् लक्ष्ये लक्ष्यमुत्तमम् By fixing the mind on the inner space within the ground center and sitting stably without any movement, having the eyes closed. That stability of the mind and inner space is the power of the third eye. One directly sees the ultimate goal, Lakshman, by having the vision beyond the sight that reveals any object or place, attaining the space of oneness with the source Paramashivoham. Now, the Apta Pramana for this is from the Bhagavad Gita, where Bhagavan Krishna issues Arjuna into the third eye. न तु मां शक्यसे द्रष्टुम् अनेनैव स्वचक्षुषा दिव्यं ददामि ते चक्षु पश्य मे योगमैश्वरम्. But you cannot see my cosmic form with these physical eyes of yours. Therefore I grant you the divine third eye. Behold my cosmic opulence. That was a beautiful initiation given by Bhagavan Krishna to Arjuna. And Swamiji has shared the Atma Pramana, the account from the life of Swamiji himself, which time tested and authenticated the science of the third eye. In Swamiji's own words, Swamiji says, the first experience that I was able to see everything around me, above me, the whole 360 degree, 10 directions below me, everything, I realized not only I was able to see, I was able to feel, experience. I felt the skin of the stone on which I was sitting and the skin of the body both carry me equally, in both equally. The air, the breeze, the setting sun, raising me. The whole Arunachala hill, all the plants, bush, shrubs, trees, everything just became so alive. The idea that something is inside and something is outside is completely lost. First, I was able to see all the 10 directions 360 degrees. The next moment itself, I realized not only am I able to see, I'm able to feel and experience all of them as me. You all can see the Pratyaksha Pramana with the photograph here. You all can see how the study and research was directly on the Supreme Pontiff himself, the top neurologists and researchers. And the findings of that research was astounding, where we found out the science could comprehend how an avatar, Swamiji, was constantly only operating through his third eye, whether Swamiji was doing any activities or not doing any activities. So you all can see that study. And today we have thousands of people who stand as a light Sakshi Pramana. Now each and every one of you yourself are going to be the Sakshi Pramana. So take a few minutes to set up. Please make sure that you set up the timestamp camera. Tie your eyes. Next, whatever you're able to see in your third eye, whether it's a shape, picture, color, whatever is revealed, even if it's a word, it's just a thought, however it is revealed to you, start verbalizing that. Please tie your eye bands. Please relax. Now remove your icons. You can open your eyes. Start writing. You can put it in the comments. Whatever you were able to see. Whatever was whatever you were able to see, whether it's a color, picture, shape, start posting that in the comment section. Now we are going to be projecting the answer plus to write. Yes, this was the exact picture which was projected to you all for the power of third eye. You all can see here Swamiji energizing the Yantreshwara, the Atmalinga, and the whole Sri Yantra and the cosmos behind. Any of you had seen any colors, Swamiji, any component of this picture, please understand that indicates your success in beginning to manifest the power of the third eye. The next is the power of remote vision, and we'll now be projecting some questions to all of you to manifest the power of remote vision. For this power, all you'll have to do is just connect with Swamiji. Write down, pen down, type down the details that you are seeing as it appears in your third eye, and keep posting in the comment section and verify with the answers which are projected. Now we'll be chanting the Pramana as a scripture reference for the power of remote vision. Vyomakaram swamatmanam Dhyayedigviranavritam Nirashaya chiti shaktihi Swarupam darshaye tada. Concentrate and cognize with restful awareness on oneself in the form of vast etheric space or sky, which is limitless in any direction whatsoever. Thus the Chiti Shakti, the power of consciousness, freed from all support, reveals and manifests herself as a form of one's essential nature of the self. Actually, this power is can be found in many places in the Puranas. One such reference that we have is how today the entire Bhagavad Gita that we know, it was not directly recorded from what Krishna said. It was through Sanjaya manifesting this power we know the whole Bhagavad Gita. Sanjaya was a charioteer and he was blessed by Bhagavan Vedavyasa with the power of third eye to have the Dura Drishti and Dura Shruti. But just sitting in the palace and he was narrating what was happening miles away in the war field to the blind king Dhritarashtra. And when he is sitting in the palace and narrating, he was able to see without any obstacle. He was able to see what was going on and even hear their conversations. Now, even in Swamiji's life, Narayana Swami Tata, one of Swamiji's guru, who was very well known in Tiruvannamalai, to be able to see remote distances. One day, a senior police officer comes to Narayana Swami Tata, seeking help to find a thief whom they were searching for more than a week. Narayana Swami Tata turned towards the Supreme Pontiff and asked him to use the power of third eye and scan the whereabouts using the mirror with Jnananjana applied on it. And Swamiji was not only able to see the whereabouts of the thief in the mirror, but also show the same to the police officer, after which the thief was caught red-handed in the exact same location as revealed by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And now each of you are going to be manifesting this same Shakti as a Sakshi Praman. Please turn on your timestamp camera. We will now project a picture for you. You all can begin verbalizing all the details about that place being revealed in your third eye. Chant the Mahavakya and start writing it as your third eye keeps revealing to you. Now, let's all take a few minutes to verify the answer. You all can first, we request each of you to post your answers as comments in the comment section. Please take a few minutes. And we'll now be projecting the answer for each of us to verify. The picture that we projected to all of you is the location is at Kanipakam in Chittoor district of Andhra Pradesh. And this Kanipakam is having a temple, beautiful temple of Vinayaka Ganesha, who's a Swayambhu Ganapati, means the deity is formed by its own self, and the deity is seen in the well, and it is always filled with water. And the Bahuda river flows near the Varasidhi Vinayaka temple. It is one of the most ancient Ganesha temples, constructed in the early 11th century CE by the Chola king Kulothunga Chola I, and was expanded further in 1336 by the emperor of Vijayanagara Samrajya. And that is the answer for the question. Share with all of you. And take a few minutes and verify your answer. Now, this brings us on to the conclusion of the manifesting Shaktis. And after receiving a beautiful darshan of Bhagavan Lingodbhava, and its festivals, many beautiful festivals just around the corner, stay tuned with us, and we are going to have a very packed, a celebratory year around, and we welcome each and every viewer to tune in with us every day at around 4 p.m. Indian Standard Time and 2 a.m. Indian Standard Time. We'll be having these programs continuously on. You can stay tuned with us. Keep yourselves updated by following us on Facebook, Kailas's HDH Nithyananda Paramashivam Facebook page, and Kailas's HDH Nithyananda YouTube channel, Twitter, Instagram, and various other social media handles. Keep yourself updated, stay tuned, and we'll be back with you all with more and more celebrations, more and more festivity, and more auspiciousness. We thank each of you for tuning in for the Lingodbhava Bhava Samadhi Darshan. And with this, we'll all now be coming to the conclusion of the Bhava Samadhi Darshan of Bhagavan Lingodbhava. Let us all offer our gratitude to the lotus feet of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Om Purnamadav Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavasishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Hari Om Tat Sat Sarvam Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Padukarpanamastu. Om Nithyananda.